Last time on the broken bottles.
Yeah, boy.
It was kind of rough, but...
After experiencing, God, I'm so excited for tonight, the aftermath of Guerrera's End and the subsequent acquisition of the Striders on behest of Halora, you traveled north/east/northeastern over the course of a day or two, with your intentions fully being the Ziggurat, the location of which has been both revealed to you in a dream, Rolger, but also known to the scholar that you have employed to take you there, Thorin.
Dude, Thornin's the fuck man. I'll give it to you.
Started off.
During your travel, the first day was, though difficult in its physical and laborious travel, interrupted by a large shriek in the trees. Immediately, knowing these jungles for what they are, the party decided that perhaps the best course of action would be let whatever was happening resolve itself before continuing. However, in a acute sense of hearing, your oldest compatriot, Verge, said he heard humans or humanoids screaming for assistance. Something wasn't right and darted into the trees. In fear for his safety, the broken bottles carried on his tail, finding themselves in a clearing of a giant twin guard-housed gate of wooden palisade. Two giant T-Rexes and a singular babyish T-Rex gnawing at the gates and eating the bodies of fallen defenders and guards for this settlement, if you can call it that. Battle ensued, blood was shed, the chest of a dear compatriot Calvain being ripped open by the teeth of the T-Rexes, while the guardians of such settlement sustained vital casualties and injuries during this time. However, the T-Rexes were felled. You find yourself now at the foot of this battlefield. The gentleman with one leg being supported by you as you ran over to him at the end of last session. You, now checking yourself, notice that you have sustained far more grievous injuries than you had originally intended, or had thought. As you touch your chest, you realize that you have a giant gaping hole right above your heart, through, just under your collarbone, through and through. There's a hole, like you can see light on the other side. Definitely an injury that will impact you for time to come. Along with that, you, for the most part unscathed,
I don't think I took damage.
on the corner of the battlefield alongside Varix, as he also approached the individual hobbled over, missing a leg. Varix approaches. Where are we? The man speaks. He goes,
I'll lay on hands for 20 points.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you need more healing? Are you gonna be okay for sustained right now?
I'll manage. Please, open the gates, please! As the two archers from above, they make some motion behind, and you hear a winching chain, like, as the palisade gate opens. Yes.
Fallen trophies.
And how would you like to go about that?
Oh!
Claws or teeth.
Claws or teeth. Roll me a medicine check.
Can I help him? I'll give him a hand. I'm a medical man.
What is your fuck, that's tough.
I mean,
you know, for purposes of Raw, I'll just give him the advantage on that, but anatomy is definitely not your strong suit. What was your medicine check at advantage, sir?
We haven't rolled yet. Hold on, it's not in there, Roller. How the fuck does it go in?
Just let it lay.
Let it lay? Dude, look at how
crooked it is.
look at how rickety it is, dude. It still works. Jesus Christ.
What is that?
8.
At advantage?
Yes.
roll it again, bitch.
Ow.
7.
Alright, we're back to honey dip meta.
9.
We're back to honey dip.
You peruse the battlefield. not able to discern what could or could not be valuable, as Tyrone, with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, kind of pushes you aside. He goes, "Watch how it's done." As he takes a knife and begins to saw into the femur of one of the creatures.
Give me a minute.
He goes at it for about 5 minutes, fully misunderstanding the thickness of the bone density of these creatures, and goes, "That's not coming off," and just walks away.
Can I take my sword?
What?
That
Can I
is
take my
accurate,
sword?
Tyrone.
Yes.
Go to its mouth.
Sure.
I use the sword as a sort of popping them. I stick the sword between the canine and the next tooth, and I twist as hard as I can.
Like a fucking
In sake
crowbar?
of being a generous person, I will give you one final attempt to retrieve a trophy
Honey
from
dip
its
it.
mouth.
Honey dip.
Roll me a medicine check.
That is. We're not doing a whole lot.
10.
But we're doing
10.
Total?
As you stab your giant scimitar into the meaty gullet of this thing's mouth, as it shears away at the flesh and tendon, as even though it doesn't look it, it is quite sharp. You immediately, and all you hear is a, as you begin to rip the roots out of the skull cavity of this creature, shattering them in the process. You spend another 5 minutes doing so on the other teeth. However, due to maybe your adrenaline from the battle, your muscles being primed for fight, or your lack of true understanding of this beast's mouth, you are unable to retrieve a suitable trophy at which that can be collected.
Roller weeps and goes.
Seeing my friends struggle.
I was gonna say, can I just get up, like with a big ass hole in my shoulder, and just be like, dude, and just like cut a claw off or something?
You can roll me a medicine check. I will warn you, your DC is astronomically high, as he has now mutilated the corpses beyond recognition to the point of extracting anything of value.
I'll just look at it and I'll be like, I can't promise shit, but I'll try. That one. We just won the trophy!
The T-Rex wakes up and eats him.
Yeah, it did.
Due to your
hurts
severe
himself.
battle fatigue, your substantial body damage, and your incredibly magnitude level of blood loss, you go, I got it. And you take a knife and you just stab it in the eye. And you go,
And then
that's a trophy.
and then I pass out.
Death saving throw.
There is nothing left to be extracted from these corpses, as you the three of you, as you assisting, have, aside from even their battle scars, dissected them to an extent at which they are no longer bipedal beasts and are now fillets of meat and flesh and hide that have been strung across the battlefield.
Like, oh yeah.
You can pick
that's
up a
how
piece of hide.
Feel it.
I mean, it's like steel.
As
sick T-Rex cape.
As you guys communicate within each other, Verax takes a swivel and begins to help shoulder the man that you just healed into the palisade gate. There is definitely a large commotion, if you can call it that. I'll turn down the music a little bit and I'll get some ambiance for you guys here. It's not... You hear hammers striking. You hear the very, for you and you, very familiar sound of pickaxes on rock mineral. The very, like, thousands and thousands of echoing, like, as they echo
What do
out.
these people that are picking at the rocks look like?
As you enter the facility, Verax kind of looks around and he says, "Where are we?" The gentleman goes, "You are within one of the Algerian quarries. We appreciate you assisting us in our defense." Multiple people, as you now breach the gate, approach you. A woman actually steps away from the crowd, and you see now Just within this entry, after being invited in, is a white canvas of tents, large enough to house dozens of individuals circling the ring of a ginormous hole that goes into the earth. It is bisected and very cubical, as you would both recognize as some form of mineral or a stone quarry. People excavating large portions of stone, precious metals, etc., as it's like strip mined in a perfect cubicle state. Most of the individuals you see in this area are of hobgoblin descent. There's a couple orcs, but it seems to be not very diverse. However, this individual that approaches you seems to be of drow descent. This taller, maybe 6'1" woman. Her hair not visible to you as it's up in some beret type thing. She wears a very dainty yet stained tank top and black, this world's version of cargo shorts. You see sewn large pouches for holding journals and tomes and things of literature, pens, quills, writing utensils, etc. She beckons you in and says, "Well, I thought I'd have to leave my men for dead. I appreciate both your interference and your ability to save one of our most dire gods."
Am I even able to walk on my own, or am I?
For purposes of realism, you are beyond help until you are attended to. You sustained like a 64 or some shit.
It was, yeah.
I took a lot at once. Yeah.
Yeah, you took
It
what
was
I would call
north
a
of 60.
grievous wound, as you took like 70% of your HP. Obviously, you are able to maneuver and move and mobile. You're not unconscious by any means.
So just walking, but kind of like this.
You are more than stumbling. Every 2 feet, you have to grab something to steady.
I probably would have helped him come in. I didn't realize how dire. I mean, I guess I should have because.
Would you like to help him?
Yeah,
come
yeah,
in?
yeah.
Okay. You actively notice.
I'll also heal him for 20 points.
Healing
I can heal
hands.
myself.
Yeah, but you probably not. I got 15 points left.
As the
Smoke him if you got him.
the woman turns to you, as men shoulder the man from your shoulder as they take him to a tent immediately. There's kind of a hush that falls over the crowd, and she stops for a minute and she kind of tunes her ear and goes, "Why have we stopped working? Back to work!" As everyone begins to scatter from the small crowd that has formed at this gate. She kind of extends an arm to a giant. It's not a circus tent, but it's similar in construction. It's like a big circular pylon that goes up of just white canvas. It seems to be maybe 100, 200 square feet within. It's pretty big. She says, "For your assistance, I would love nothing more than to at least give you a meal on your travels. Tell me, where have you reigned from?"
Oh god, all over. But
Did you say I was gone? Like, they took me to a tent?
No. The gentleman that had no leg.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought you meant like,
No.
you're like the man's shoulder on your shoulder. I was like, that's
They
me.
have seemed to pay little care for you at this point. They
Okay.
seem to have been appreciating your efforts and have invited you in, but they have been tending to their own. As you see, people have walked past you and begin piling bodies onto wheelbarrows, for lack of better words, and then they get past you guys and then as they fall into the giant pit as they're shoveled in.
nice.
The drow seems to clutch something on her chest. Perhaps a religious iconography or the opposite. It's hard to tell. However, after she murmurs something, she tucks it into her vest. Please.
Can I try to sneak a quick peek?
Yeah, roll me a perception check.
$14.
14. Due to the swiftness at which she murmured this and the very obvious act of concealing it, you do not get to catch a whiff of what could be on said iconography. However, she tucks it away into her. It's kind of like a black-brown, very twilly tank top. Nothing else on her upper body. Nothing aside from her beret.
Can I kind of lean over and whisper to Molnir? Can you put my pendant in my pocket just in case?
Okay.
You notice that her skin, though maybe more on the purplish side for drows that maybe you have encountered, has almost warped, and it's obvious to you as a purveyor of the Underdark that her skin tone has been subjected to sunlight for quite some time. She has, for lack of a better words, a proper tan. As you see, she has a ruggedness about her due to her current scenario. She begins to turn her back to you and kind of like wave you on. Varix looks to you all. Shall we continue? I do not mean to make any decisions for us already. I put you in harm's way.
Make it
Did we
brief.
even ask? Did we even answer her question? She was like, "Where do you hail from?" And
He said everywhere.
I said, gone.
And she said, let me give you dinner, and walked away.
it's fair enough.
Should we flag down Thornton?
Probably.
He is, it is my fault that we got into this mess, please. But a moment if I could. As he retrieves one of his other books that you've seen. It seems to be thinner in construction, and it seems to be steel encased. Its cover, its hardback, is literally made of iron or steel, some form of alloy, as he whips it open. And it is like this. It is a back-to-front construction, like a journal or a notepad, if you will. And it begins to hover in front of him as you... Oh, well, do not worry. He shall be with us shortly.
Okay. Well, that was alright.
Do you think it'd be worth, like, asking if she knows anything about the area or where we're going? Or...
If you believe it would not be a waste of our time, I believe perhaps it would be of our best interest to learn of the surroundings if we have the ability to do so.
Not gonna say no to free food.
I kind of need to sit down for a minute. So
Ha!
okay, great.
I wager that would be good for us all after that predicament. I apologize for putting us in danger. Yes.
I'm not asking Varix, I'm asking you. Do the workers look like slaves or workers?
Roll me a perception check. As you now are within the city proper. This hole, by the way, is larger than life. I mean, it is a fucking expanse.
What is it?
Perception, please, as you begin. 15. I will Discord or Snapchat. What's better for you?
Snapchat.
Okay. Just so I don't have to, because you're in a comfy ass chair, I'm not gonna make you get up. You can read into that however you would like. He sent that to her. She walks towards and he beckons to you now. Varix does. He says, well, if you believe that perhaps a good meal would wager us good on our travels, then I will take a seat with her. And he walks in her
Is it just us right now?
stead.
Follow suit.
The four of you and Varix, yeah.
Are the gates still open?
The gates are wide open.
Walk out.
Okay. Absolutely.
Stand and hang out front.
As you finally breach the front gate back the way you came, taking a moment to almost inhale the perspirant blood that has been spilled, you hear as Thornin comes near. He neighs his giant salamander lizard thing. He says, well, seems that I have come at the right time. You've completed your... Are we ready to continue on?
They're inside. There's a free meal if you want it.
Ah, I don't socialize as well as you. I may have led you on to believe. I will. Are you going to stay? Well, perhaps I could treat you to a cup of tea.
Sounds good.
As he pulls out this little tripod and immediately lights a small
I let out a fucking
whistle. Yeah, it's audible. Roll me a performance check for clout, just for funny. Just for the funny.
+5. 17.
Yeah. Everyone, including people and individuals within the camp here,
Trying to whistle through the lizards.
a giant whistle. There's a silence. I'm gonna have to make this roll.
The beast walks in.
The beast! There's a moment of silence as you hear a much heavier, slow-trodden as coming through the head first, the shrubbery, the moss back reveals itself. It has like trees poking out of its hide because it seems to have taken the most direct straight line path to your location and shows no sign of moving in any ulterior direction. It walks up to you and does the same thing. It's like on all fours. It looks on you and then like looks at the ground, waiting.
Pull out a piece of nice fine jerky.
As it's gonna make an attempt to catch it. It's not the most coordinated of the five. It fucking like a frog snatching a fly. As it finishes, it just sits in the ground, small bits of flesh getting crushed under its large exterior.
I turn around and I lean against him.
He is like leaning against a brick fucking boulder. It does not. Your massive human being structure does not impede on him at all, as he does not show any signs of It's hard to dictate in a fantasy world, even from my bad math of what these things weigh. Yours weighs a lot. Easily north. I mean, yours easily north of 1,500 pounds.
I'm like probably. If Rolger is a tall man, which he is.
Yeah.
Like high 7 feet.
Yeah, Goliath,
He's
7 feet
probably
minimum.
Like 270, 280.
Yeah, and you're ripped.
So yeah, I'm gonna go with 280, 290.
Sure.
And he leans up against this thing and he's just a little boy.
And and obviously a lot of that thing structure comes from, its weight comes from the fact that it's only 10 feet long, but every appendage is this wide.
Yeah.
It's got tree trunks
It's a
for legs.
beast.
Yeah. So the same way an elephant weighs a ton and some change or whatever it is, right? It's not that big, but it's 10 feet long. The same way a horse weighs several hundred pounds, this thing's 3 times as thick as that through its chest, legs, and neck. So
It's a condensed elephant.
it kind of is, for purposes of you guys understanding what you're writing, especially you. However, continuing on, Verax leads into the white tent.
I follow suit.
I'll follow, but on the way up there, I'll cast third level healing word on myself.
You utter an incantation, and as you do, several people in the camp side-eye you. It's a very obvious ominence as people are like... However, you enter her camp, and to pull examples from real world to make this explanation at least land clearly without me describing everything in the room, it looks very akin to what you would see in like a captain's quarters of a pirate ship. It's got like a giant table with a bunch of feasts on it, like almost like a throne seat, and then a bunch of like foot lockers and hung up coats and hung up hats and a giant table with a map, like a cartography map with knives in it and markers and stones and things to dictate distance. The interior seems to be, maybe 30 feet by 30 feet. Pretty big tent interior. So yeah, lots of square footage inside. She sits and beckons you to approach. I was already preparing myself a meal to enjoy before your uncanny arrival. Please help yourself saving at least one of my men. And presumably the wall that they stood behind. Thank you.
I'll take a little bite, and I want to... God, how do I even want to ask, I guess? We're going on the second round.
Yeah, we going yet.
I'll just say, hey, we're traveling east. I'm not sure if you're aware of anything out to the east, are you?
Myself, no.
No?
Not that you pertain to. There we have a couple more mining encampments that way within our tribe. However, no, I do not know what you speak.
There's a big Huanti encampment out to the east.
The roaches you speak of.
Yeah.
Well, no, we do our best to steer clear. However, lately, our problem has been, unfortunately, the local population of beasts have been giving us more trouble than maybe I would have liked.
Interesting. I guess I was just curious if you knew anything about...
I know that the eastern travel is inhospitable, and I know... Well, I suppose perhaps you might find better luck. Traveling upon the sandbars as you are can sometimes be a quaint experience, but really, with the one tea around, every bit of life and beauty is sucked straight out of this island. It's unfortunate, but a reality we must live in.
Yeah.
My assumption is our loud, erratic construction, if you can call it that, of our quarry here has initiated a negative response from some of the beasts within. We have been fighting off hordes of wild animals. These T-Rexes are the biggest that we've encountered, and that's an unfortunate predicament we found ourselves in. And for that, I thank you all for your arrival and your choice to help. Verge now chimes in. Well, it wasn't our necessary intention, but we are glad that we could lend of assistance. Please, milady, if it would please you, we would like to let you know that the travel both south and east of here has seemed mighty precarious. Perhaps it's best if you keep the gates closed from here on in. And she puzzles for a moment. I will do just that, stranger. May I catch your name? Verge, and it's a pleasure to meet you. As he now digs into this meal, and you now, as you take a bite, as you said, I did a poor job of explaining. It seems to be a lot of iron spit food, so like smaller salamanders, iguanas, not a lot of produce, but basically what you could expect yourself to find if you're foraging, and a couple bigger cattle pieces. It tastes great. Texture's a little gamey, but it seems that whoever had prepared it wasn't bad at field work. Better than probably you could have cooked at like a camp. So it definitely is, by all means, for RP purposes, a enjoyable meal that's going to set you up for success. You're really like, oh, protein, holy shit. This is based. Now this is epic.
I'll eat what I got, and then I'll say thank you, appreciate it, glad we could help out. We should probably take our leave, so I'll just wait outside, and I'll fucking.
As you
out.
stand, a quick roll me a perception check.
Ben, would you like an armor?
Nat 20.
Okay. As you stand to leave, there's, whether it be a, what do they call them now? Species, I guess, technically, in new D&D 2024. Whether it be a racial attribute or a cultural thing, an immediate, visceral, instant, like, scowl comes across her face as you stand to excuse you from the table. However, you see, with a natural, her innate attempt of voluntary expression to suppress that. As she's like, and have a good one.
Reach out for a handshake.
Enjoy yourself.
Fix
Travel
myself up.
safe, sir.
I'll walk out.
Please, before you leave. And she takes a couple of the iguanas and puts them in like a twill sack and like,
Oh,
you've had it.
thank you very much.
I'll give a couple to you as well.
Well, thank you.
As she begins to section off some of them. But otherwise, nothing bad. Don't worry. Nothing bad.
Is it a racial thing? Why is she?
Roll me a history check.
She's one shade purple.
What's wrong, Bubba? Are you?
She's one shade more purple than me, so she's from the other side of it.
Tyrone would probably like notice and then immediately look at him and be like,
What's going on here?
And then just, all right, thanks.
19.
19. It's hard to tell. Not because you failed. Let me continue. It's hard to tell whether or not she's playing off the fact that any meal given, at least in the Underdark, that is of this magnitude, is like a miracle. Being able to sit down and enjoy a balanced proteinic meal that isn't like the off chippings or rodents or whatever you can find alone is something of sheer enjoyment. However, that almost seems not enough to explain her behavior, as the scowl was maybe not that visceral. But that's all you can really glean.
You said like, so sorry, that was like not serious enough for the scowl that she gave. It was.
it's
serious.
her scowl seemed like innately over emotional or over dramatic, if you will. She exclaimed this large emotional burden, but you can't pick up why, especially because the only person who really picked up the minute details of it would have been Tyrone with his natural, or 19 or whatever.
Nat 20.
Yeah, nat 20. So it's hard to tell whether it's just the fact that she's a drow and it may have come from a bad upbringing, or if it stems from something else.
Can I kind of... trying to think of how to do this without ratting myself out as a male of the species.
As Varix sees him leaving, and as you get up, you see Varix almost a little bit flustered. He goes, well, we shall be taking our leave, as he stands as well, shakes her hand, and follows in your step, because to trail you. During this time, you are given a nice cup of tea. Can you what?
I was just gonna ask her, don't see many drow up here. Pardon any rudeness, but have you been up on the surface very long?
Quite a while, yes.
Did you grow up down in the Underdark, or is it born up here?
Roll me a persuasion check, please.
And I'm purposely making it awkward as shit. 9.
Okay. She looks up and down. She goes, "If it's all the same to you, I appreciate your patronage and your ability to save those who are necessary for my operations, but I do not understand what my upbringing has to do with your arrival. Yeah. Please help yourself, but my past bears no importance on your future."
Fair enough.
Ooh,
Secrets.
Ooh.
Secrets.
Kill her.
Got cat in here. Me
Go ahead, Mjolnir, go ahead and kill this bitch.
Oh, word?
Smite!
I still got 3 level 3 spell slots.
Yeah, go ahead and blow all 3 of them on this lady right now.
Please.
Yeah. I'm gonna need
I was
you.
going to do it if I rolled a 20, it was a 19.
Alright. Otherwise, Varix, what would you like to do, Calvin?
It's kind of close.
I'll take some of the meal because I know that that's a problem, and I can't really eat it without taking off the mask, I guess. So I don't know.
Oh, I love cider.
Just do it.
Yeah, I'll just take the mask off and start eating it.
You do so. Nothing happened. You enjoy a couple pieces of meat, I should say, as you watch your friends beginning to leave. What is wrong, sir? Do you want to RP too? What the fuck's the problem?
Drake was like, I'm tired of being in the mines, boss. I don't want to be in the mines anymore.
Smelly ass. God, I love my dogs. Alright, anyway, smelly. Otherwise, there's no precarious environment that you find yourself in. Go upstairs. Go lay down.
Drake was like, I'm having so much fun.
Go upstairs. He's like, fine, fuck you.
I gotta be careful, dog.
Yeah, Drake.
I gotta be careful.
Oh, he immediately goes over to
You
Roller.
motherfucker.
Because he knows Roller's going to pet him. He knows. He's like, fine, if you won't
Give him
pet
some
me,
chippies, dude. I'll love
As you walk
Roller loves
outside,
me. I know he does.
Varix in tow, you see Roller,
Drake was a pretty
Rolger,
boy.
sorry, drinking a cup of tea, his hands drenched in red blood.
I go, hey, bro.
All the way up to the wrist. Like thick, gloppiest amounts of tea red blood.
Hey, bro.
What's up?
What are you up to out here? I look over at Thornin. Kind of
Thorin's drinking his tea and he like kind of opens his eyes and like looks behind you. You see painted about 7 feet up, 20 feet wide in giant block letters. Slaves no more on the wall in blood. Covering the entirety of the palisade from left to right.
Down.
What?
I immediately turn and fucking message Molnir through the tent.
You're about 20 feet behind him as they had left before you while you were enjoying your meat with Calfane. What do you say?
We gotta bounce.
I just get up. I like tap Calvin in the shoulder. I'm like, we got.
I'll stand up. Thank you for the
Just
meal.
go.
She'll go, thank you for helping my friends. Travel safe.
Sure.
Did all of our lizards come with his, or is it just his?
Nope, it's just his.
All right.
All right, we walk out.
I told mine to follow Varax, so I'm gonna look at Varax and be like,
You look at Varax, he takes a moment. He conjures a small... It's like a... It's a snowball, is what he basically... I don't mean to be cringe. It's literally just a fucking snowball that's really spiky. And he... As it... turns into clouds of, like, white, ethereal... like particles of ice, if you will. There's a delay, and you hear through the forest. Sorry. As running out of the forest is both his strider and yours.
hell yeah. Okay, I fucking hop on immediately.
you
I will waste no time.
you take some time saddling up.
As we walk out, we just see.
You see Rolger, and I just point at the wall, and I go,
Well, I mean, and I kind of like go like.
yeah, no, obviously, but he did that. We should
Yeah, I
probably
figured he
go.
did that with the red hands.
Yeah, we should probably fucking go.
Caught red-handed for real.
I mean,
You're like you show no remorse. You're literally like drinking
I'm
tea
saying-
and like
what
looking
I'm
at them
saying is,
approach, leaning against
you know,
yourself.
Yeah, I could,
Is there
but
still a guard?
I don't really want to.
No, they seem to have descended during your guys'
I think we're just
commotion that you
Yeah.
made within
Alright.
the city.
I don't know how.
Is the
Started.
fallen comrade of theirs still outside?
No, he was.
Yo!
All the dead people that were outside, you reanimated. So there is no bodies of
There's
any.
skulls still out there, right?
What?
There's skulls still out there, right?
Yeah, their bone matter is, I guess. Yeah, there's
I'll
skulls.
take all three of theirs and I'll roll it up against the wall.
You very
Jesus Christ.
esoterically create a macabre idol. I assume that's your intent.
Actually, I take one of their skulls, I let it leak out,
Okay.
and then I roll it up to the fucking wall,
Okay.
and then I walk away.
We could start a slave rebellion.
I think we just head out.
I think we have Tyrone and Varax send in a little thank you gift for the meat. I thought he was pointing at me. I was like, what did I do? I don't want to go upstairs.
Ow!
Out! Molnir! Out, Molnir!
I mean-
Shoot!
But
Be gone from me, Molnir!
to be
Dude, the little
fair,
girl, the at my work, the boss's daughter, she works there too, and she has a little kid. She's like 3, and we have like the giant scaffolding that we built, and she like hangs out underneath it and calls it her house. And if you go near her house, she goes, shoot, shoot, go away, shoot, and she stomps your foot.
Based.
So that's become our meme at work.
No.
Alright,
Shoot!
so let's get your lizards and let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I mean, to be
I'll
fair,
call out.
are they gonna?
Talio!
Roll
what?
me an
Are they
animal
gonna get
handling
punished for
check.
that? You think?
I don't know, Rolger.
Oh, so close.
I've never been a slave. Would you get punished for that, Rolger?
I look at the wall,
12.
12.
and I look at you,
Let me look in your notes of what you
and I
rolled
look at
when
the
you
wall,
you're killing them, Bubba.
and I turn around and walk away.
Just go upstairs, dude. Come on.
Get on your phone.
Okay.
It would be most righteous to just fireball the tent with all the.
It would be.
Your gentlemanly
That would listen.
I'm being
mount
courteous to
does
you
not
guys.
reveal
Listen, not
itself
killing
from
the
the
lady
trees.
Listen.
immediately.
My
I
God is
turned
that
the
it
door
would-
in.
Please,
Turns to you.
Please, I beg of you. I just want to
I don't
fucking
know where
listen.
my mount went.
Tyrone doesn't even want to waste a spell slot.
I
He's
don't
like,
know
I'm
the
trying to
best way
get
to
to
call
this
back in.
ziggurat. This sucks
Ah.
for these people. Tyrone doesn't
Well.
like people being slaves, but he's like, this is beyond what I'm doing right now. This is fucking way past where I
Reveal
want.
itself from the trees.
Yeah, and then I asked Thorin. And
Yes. He takes but a moment. He turns to you. I wish I had a better soundtrack for this, but it's fine. I'll find something in a minute. Turns to you. He says, Well, what I normally do to perhaps rein in my mount, there's this whistle that I've created, and he produces it for you and says, "Give it to Brilal." And it's like a two-pronged ivory with a bunch of holes in it, like an Aztec death whistle, sort of. But it seems to be multi-pronged.
That sounds like.
No, you don't. That's the problem. Hopefully this works.
Did you have to change the setting on Audacity yet?
I did, but I did. I wrote down what they were. It was at 50% gain, 80% recording value, insane input, and we really like that. So
Yeah, I mean, it sounded good, but I just know that we like fucked with it and we're like, oh, it's not even set
I don't
to
know why it
record
was
through the
like
microphone. That was
it
weird.
was like 32%.
Well, it was recording through your fucking laptop.
Yeah, it was autistic.
That was weird.
So as you do not hear anything.
Oh, it's fucking.
And as you do so, you see multiple birds fly off from the tree line in the air. A moment of silence. Yours and your Strider reveal themselves from the tree line. And they're like, heads perked up, and they're like...
I'll just go like...
it trots up and then does the normal mounting procedure.
You go, all right, let's get the fuck out of here now. Gentlemen.
I like motion over. I'm like, come here.
It comes here.
And I produce some kibble. Or actually, I probably go to the back and then I get some food out and I give it to him. I
It,
pet him a little bit. Behind here.
it kind of hurts your fingies a little bit, even though you have gloves on.
That's fine.
It's a rough hide.
Bro deserves it. He's a
I'll,
good, he's a good guy. And I'll mount him.
I'll give mine a little treat, and then
I'm like
in
really...
my wounded and delirious state, I will try to mount my...
Luckily, due to the domestication of these animals thus far, none of them show any restriction to allowing you to mount. You do not need to roll anything. They are like, all right, let's do this shit. Let's wrap this shit up. Come on.
No one from inside is nearby, are they?
Not that you can see.
Okay, sweet.
Would you like to take a closer look?
No. I
Okay.
just want to look. If there's no one immediately nearby, I go, all right. Lead the charge, Thornin.
Thornin, like, kind of, he, like, finishes his tea. He looks at you. He kind of looks past you a little bit. He goes, I pray I don't get on your bad side. And he mounts his Strider.
He said that to him?
Directly to his face, 2 feet away.
So it's
yeah.
like Roller literally went.
Roller started finger painting with blood, and he went, oh god, that's kind of...
Honestly,
That's a little
That's
grotesque.
That's crazy.
And then took people's heads and threw them with no disarray.
That
average warlock behavior, though.
Average one.
Today we're
You know what?
Painting class.
Unfortunately,
blood.
I love this soundtrack, but we got to get into something a little bit more.
Jungle.
Travel continues. You begin to breach your way through the jungle as immediately after mounting, he packs up his little tea set, and Thornin, kind of waves and like does a couple whistles. He does retrieve his whistle from you, and begins to recommence travel, ducking in and out of trees. However, as you break through the canopy an hour into this travel, again, I'm not trying to fast forward too far, I just don't want to bog you guys down with boring stuff. You begin to see way off in the horizon of your direction, a giant storm can be seen brewing close to what you presume to be the coast. And for a moment, the next hour is almost enjoyable.
So, the storm. As
Yes.
I look at it, now, does this storm remind me of a storm from my past?
You can roll me a history check for the clout.
Does it inflict dread
For
upon
the
my psyche?
code. Am I getting nervous?
Are you getting nervous?
Tyrone is definitely not getting nervous.
Get nervous.
What is it?
Roller.
History?
History check, please.
13.
It seems like a force of nature.
I'm not making Calvin do much because I'm just imagining him just like...
Elvage.
I want to keep my eye on the storm for as long as I can.
There is the occasional, wildlife encounter. As you hear both insects, frogs, birds whistling in the distance. The occasional like giant monkeys that you have heard in the jungles thus far let out a quick little screech. However, otherwise, it doesn't seem to be any giant features that block your way as obstacles thus far. And then 2 hours in, very slowly but surely, the small pitter of a light rain. You put away your helmet? Okay. A light pitter begins to fall. However, as you guys have all experienced thus far, what would normally be a pretty non-substantial amount of rain becomes this cacophony of deafening noises as it's hitting the leaves and eucalyptus branches and palms and all the flat surfaces that they can land on that isn't dirt. So what is just essentially a drizzle is this overwhelmingly loud, just an annoyance for you.
Remind you of your parent. Did you roll the history check? How did it go?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Roller
travel.
may be afraid of the ocean, but he loves a good storm.
It genuinely seems as it is. Face
Hang
value.
on, this
Until
rain is
demons come out
probably,
of the storm.
you know,
I dare that fucking
uptook
crap.
from the
Dare
ocean.
that piece of shit.
Probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too. That's also. I mean,
Come on up in this forest, dog.
Come up on the forest?
Come up on this forest, dog.
What?
I know exactly what you're trying to say, and that makes me laugh. I can imagine it like
I'm gonna get
you begin to hear trees breaking in the distance.
I'm gonna get you over.
you're on my turf now, bitch.
I talk all that shit, and then I have Xavier as fast as I possibly can. I beg him with my life to summon a teleportation circle.
Verax, please, please, Verax. Verax, what do you think about getting out of here?
Michael!
Michael, don't leave me, Michael!
What time is it right now? Like,
According to my sundial.
It's God, I don't even remember
It was
where
the
we had
afternoon, I thought.
Yeah, it's like early afternoon, mid-afternoon, like 3 p.m. I'm pretty sure because you guys were halfway through a travel when this happened.
Because we slept and then went.
Yeah,
We went. And then that's
And
immediately in
like,
the morning
we
we
need to
found
help
that
the
fucking
slave
T-Rex
camp.
shit.
and then you hear in the distance,
Good one, Verax.
very viscerally, it echoes and rips through the air. It seems that the approaching storm is overall larger than what you are experiencing.
I've been in this.
Due to Rolger's history,
Very metal. Lightning rod.
I think Rolger would let out a little soft prayer in his head to a certain someone.
Sure, I can annotate that, absolutely. Is there anything specific you'd like to say, or just the standard kind of like, oh, bless us?
I'm going to thank her for the storm.
Okay, you do so. A small hymn to yourself. You notice Thornton produces. It's not a poncho, but it's a poncho. It's some form of fiber that is woven very thick and tight, and it's closer to a canvas that he dons upon himself to sort of redirect what is now becoming a substantially heavier rain.
I'm going to take the bear cloak off and roll it up and put it away.
Okay. Yeah, you do so while, hobbling on your guys' lizards. The rain, it's not an it's not an environment obstacle as of yet. It's inconvenient, and you feel, even in this humid hot weather, almost a chill come around you as you've now been wet for 30, 40, 50 minutes. As it begins to seep through your clothes and armors and the hinges between the plates of your mail and your robes. It's just a miserable experience. And once again, way off in the distance, another one echoing through the island. You see Thornton kind of turn back and go, travel may begin to pick up. Try to keep pace. Visibility might stop. Let's continue. And obviously he's shouting this to you as you guys are like traveling through what is an incredibly thick and compact forest. And Another hour passes. Lightning strikes continue. However, you don't encounter anything that derails you from your immediate direction. Would anyone like to do anything as you fall asleep?
Hey, Barracks.
He like turns.
What do you think we're gonna do when we get to this ziggurat out here? What is the?
I suppose I'm
plan?
not sure. I was hoping perhaps you would maybe have a better idea of how to
Well,
approach
there's
it.
thousands of them inside it.
Supposedly, hundreds, if not thousands.
If that's the case, perhaps subterfuge is perhaps the better.
By subterfuge, you mean I get sent in there?
I mean, we come up with a ruse that allows us all entry.
A ruse for...
One thing I've learned in my travel, a
What?
single man going in is always a dangerous way. A recipe for disaster.
So
Something
how
we
do
should
we...
have learned by now.
We've been there before.
Oh
Barracks,
man.
don't take this rude, but how do we convince a bunch of bloodthirsty lizards that turn humans into their cannon fodder to let us into probably the most sacred place that they have? And also, just so you know, I don't know what the fuck we're going to the ziggurat for. That stupid fucking cup told me to go here.
I like that throw in. By the way, GPS Maps is way off. I'm just...
Google
didn't
throw
tell
this
me
in
where to
here,
go.
too.
I went restaurants near me and it pinged that motherfucker. And I don't know what genre it is, but I'm going. He turns to you, he says, if I'm being honest, I'm not sure myself.
Because I mean, and I disguise myself as a lizard, or as fucking
A
a
what?
snake. And I go, he can do that, but I can speak it. He can't.
We will, if we have any chance of success, we will all need to make an entrance. We will find a way when we arrive. I guarantee you that. We are determined, but above all, we are battle-hardened. If you can save me from the reaches of that witch, then you can save the Scroll Keeper. Do you not agree?
Oh, I agree. I'm just curious as to how some of us don't get turned into a snake.
If we must fight it out, then we shall. I will not take any risk of success, and no matter the cost, I will guarantee that we will travel onward.
Can I
I agree
the
with
chalice?
you there. I'll just
Here, the chalice is a fucking can of diet root beer.
I take this can of diet root beer chalice, and I stop my rider.
As you do, that begins to travel up the line as Thorn and looks back and he like, "Ugh!" It doesn't neigh, sorry, it's not a horse. But your mouth stopped moving.
I let the rainwater kind of start filling it up.
As the liquid falls within it, very similar to when you first got it, it does not fill. It cannot hold any liquid.
What the fuck is in there? And what do you want?
Roll me an Arcana check, please.
Pour the root beer in there.
Pouring root beer.
I reach into my pouch and pull out a can
Honestly,
of
if
root
we had
beer,
a
zero
chalice of everlasting life, we would just be like, dude, we can get so much soda out of this. I know Brady would just be pouring Pepsis in and be like, please make more. Please make more.
14.
14. You speak to it. It does not seem to respond in any meaningful way. As of now, it seems as a broken cup that can't be filled.
I take back the can of A&W Zero Sugar root beer.
You return it to your inventory.
How does it feel?
It feels like a cup that is broken. It cannot hold any water.
Well, I know that, but like, I've been out on the water with it, and it's like, that thing is fucking terrified.
Roll me an Arcana check if you're trying to focus upon it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to get what he got, or what he was going for. 9.
There doesn't seem to be any noticeable response from it. The normal communication way that it tries to communicate seems to be empty, hollow. But that could be just that you are preoccupied.
As we're moving.
Of course! Varric says, well, shall we continue on then? Please.
One sec. Can I have the chalice back?
Okay.
I've thrown the can of A&W Zero Sugar Root Beer.
You cut yourself open, and you drizzle a little blood in there. Roll me a 1d4 if you can. As you're going to self-harm.
1.
You take 1 slashing damage as you, with a singular sharp blade that you have on your person. Okay.
And I asked him the same question.
Roll me an Arcana check, please, sir. Natural 1.
17.
17.
Was that a honey dip?
No. I should have.
You
It would have been 20.
take a moment to embrace the chalice. It does not speak to you. It does not fill. Your blood enters the cup and disappears. However, I'll text you it. And as per usual, you can read into that however you want.
As we're moving, I'll just because am I still delirious from blood?
You haven't rested. You're battle exhausted. I'll edit it in. Don't worry.
But,
Appreciate you trying to make an attempt.
Okay, so I'll just probably be muttering prayers
Take
in
back
my
the
prayer
can of
book
A&W
and
Zero.
being thanks for keeping me alive
No,
another
take
day.
a hefty sip.
Okay.
Sorry I couldn't help those in need. Bless me to live another day.
Sure. Yeah, you would be able to do so.
That was Goliath.
Just muttering the whole time.
All right.
There's nothing in there.
Oh, that's
Can
right.
do. I'll annotate that. Thorin looks back now, and he sees the thumbs up. Kind of. Well, let's continue on then, please. As travel again recommences for 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes. An hour passes. As you crack open a cask of wine, another hour passes. And now, finally, dusk has begun to set in.
Dusk in it.
Thorin turns to you, he goes, we've been making very good pace. One final rest, we should be at the sandbar early morning.
Perfect.
This is the time to make any preparations, if they are needed.
Everyone gather around.
He begins to unmount and do what he does best, beginning to set up the field camp, if you will.
Sure.
Okay, I'll go right over to the field camp. I'll wave everyone over.
Oh, what is it?
And I'll just cast Naaman's Tiny Hut.
Okay.
The ritual.
What's the radiation on, or radius on that?
It's been a long time since I've used it.
We're not allowed to leave it. Or we can bypass
No, you
it.
can leave it as long as you're in it when I cast it.
Oh, okay. And then come back in.
10-foot radius, immobile dome of force, 9 creatures of medium size or smaller can fit inside with you.
Okay.
Yeah, remember you used it whenever we were in the jungle searching for
Is it
the
just
Jade statue.
So yeah, I guess it's like
Jade
20 feet.
statue.
20 feet. Yeah, so...
You cast it. Thoradin continues his preparation as he sees this veil envelop himself as the rain patter. Though it still is audible to the sense of outside, leaves, right, as it can't enter what is an opaque surface. And it kind of it's a muffled, on the outside of the orb that you find yourself in. Yeah. He exclaims a little, he goes, why didn't you do it last time?
I like looking at the stock. I like being outside. I don't sue me.
Get a load of this guy.
Get a little of this fuck. He's weird.
He
Anyways.
continues preparing, as he did the day previous, an all-inclusive, he takes upon the responsibilities of this travel upon himself. He begins a pot of tea. He begins making you guys a stew, preparing hot food. as he did the night previous.
I'm gonna take my shit off
Mhm.
and enjoy the rain for a little longer.
You take a step out, immediately being drenched as you step out with a nice drizzle.
And I'm going to let a pat.
You do so.
I like to join.
You
I'll take off like my helmet and my scale mail. Light it up inside because it'll probably get fucking doused if I try to light it outside. Just what the what the hell? Roller, it's not working.
Oh wait, I have. Hold on.
Verax, can you light me?
During my escapades, I had swapped out a cantrip.
your escapades? What?
During our escapades of leveling up. Is it
Roller sex
predestination?
escapades.
I don't know how to say that fucking word. How do you say that?
Prestigitation.
No, it's
Press-
before. You
Press-
got this. Prestidigitation.
A hush falls over the crowd. Prestidigitation. Prestidigitation. Did I say that right?
It's close enough.
Say it.
Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation.
What is that?
Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation.
You create multiple range.
Prestidigitation.
Options below. You can cast a spell multiple times. You can have three blah blah blah. I would like to do fire play.
What?
Have a little flame and light my fucking hip or my.
You
It
do so.
really is roller sex. It is roller sexcapades, fire play.
Roller's doing fire play.
To light my
Roller-
fucking fire.
Mason was like roller sexcapades.
You
Lots
go
of
through
sex
all this
space.
effort to light your fire.
Thank you.
The rain makes it a little difficult, and as it finally comes to completion, as I'm assuming you light your tobacco pipe as well, you hear this like little like boom, boom, boom to your left. You see a capybara trying to walk forward, hitting the hut over
what?
and over. Oh, it's capybara.
Oh.
Can I get it?
It is trying to walk forward.
I hand one near my pipe, and I walk over to it, and I pick it up.
It like roll me an animal handling check as you literally just grab this animal. Now normally a capybara is like this big, but to you it's basically a household cat. You're 7.5 feet, something like that.
Animal handling?
Yeah.
Okay, 10.
You literally go and it goes "Ah!" like begins to squeal like a pig,
And I turn it,
and it just looks at you silently.
and I turn it back around. And I go past the tree, and I set it down. And I give it a little scratch on the butt.
And it trots up.
And I go back and I take my pipe.
It seems to have understood your intent, and it trots off into the jungle, drenched in rain. It's just going on its merry fucking way. Soon, Thornin kind of goes about handing everyone. I'm not gonna like look into the logistics of how the orb works. He opens the imaginary, like puts his head out the fucking veil and is like, "There's food ready," and it goes about handing you all a nice gourd of stew.
I fucking stew up, baby.
Similar to the night evening, it is not gourmet, but dude, with what this guy's got, he is saying his first rodeo. It's genuinely filling. And you still have your guys' dried meats from the day previous of helping the captures at the Rex Ranch, if you will. Soon, night begins to fully intake the forest. Or I guess the jungle. It's not really forest. The canopy, if you will. And Thornin says, "So, how does this work? Are we able to sleep the entire night without watch, or is it better?"
It lasts about, I think it's 9 hours. 8 hours.
Well,
It'll collapse at
Okay.
about sunrise.
Well, I will do my best to enjoy what I can. If I could get a couple hours shut eye, just wake me if you need me to keep watch.
I can just wake up and re-up it.
He goes to a corner and sets himself up a little bed and clocks the fuck out. What do you guys want to do?
I'll just kind of. Well, would you mind helping me wrap this up?
Sure. I'm gonna go over and try to help him out.
Yeah. Roll me a medicine check.
8.
You very sexually, with tension, rip open the front of his shirt. Take off the sleeve and really like begin to feel up his pectoral.
Very sexual.
Yeah. Well, no, of course.
And I'll wrong one Mjolnir.
The other side with an 8.
Well, you're supposed to go lower.
You literally
Mjolnir,
pull out
Go
some
down.
bandage and you like place it on his chest and you like lick your hand and you like make sure it's damp so it like kind of sticks to his skin. And you look him in the eyes and you go, I should do it.
And then you,
Oh, Mjolnir, don't tear off my clothes. Oh.
As you look down upon yourself, even after the healing you've received in a magical essence, you notice, due to the severity of the impact of the wound, it wasn't enough. It came simply too late. You lift your arm after this travel, trying to stretch before night, and you realize that your movement is restricted. It's very obvious that you've sustained lifelong injury from a blow of that size. The hole that was gaped into the cavity of your chest, now closed, resembles that of minced hamburger. Your skin unable to evenly heal, even with magical means, in a sense that was cohesive and fresh. Instead, your pale skin goes into a rippling effect in a small circle above your pectoral, right above your heart, right under your collarbone, that is perforated, dense, and corrugated in its feel. Not smooth, but that of a grizzled scar that healed too soon.
Rollers got so many scars.
Just a new scar to add to the collection.
This is above anything you have received before. You notice that your rotator cuff in your left arm doesn't allow you full movement. For terms of combat, you don't foresee that you won't be able to battle through that pain, and it won't inhibit you in a way mechanically.
You literally got bit by a 5,000-pound animal.
Yeah, it blew
Yeah,
a hole.
it's
It blew a fucking hole
It
in
literally
his chest.
blew a hole into it.
Yeah.
Though
God.
mechanically your adrenaline will allow you to fight through that pain, you are now beginning to fully understand as the adrenaline now weighs off in the late hours of the night that maybe this wound was greater than you believed. And that pain, that lingering uneasiness, may be something you have to live with for some time.
Like the most ferocious land hunter.
I'll kind of just sit there and meditate,
Just crunch it.
Yeah.
shirtless and hot.
You have the sleeve off and absolutely. You do what you must.
You'd be the most epic Goliath of all time, just so you know. If you got bit by a T-Rex and lived to tell the tale.
Most of you, I would say all of you in the heat of combat saw what happened. When he removed himself from his chest, he had a gaping,
I was standing underneath
fucking cavity.
I was standing in front of the T-Rex while it bit him.
And,
You were right there.
and as a pierce works, right, a piercing tooth, as you will, it's not like that meat is removed. It is forcibly moved out of the way. So it's like a flap,
Yeah.
and then just a fucking circular hole. And for all purposes of really instilling the severity of what you've experienced, it's not pretty. It is grotesque in every form, disgusting to look at it, even for someone who has sustained extensive trauma. It is hard to go, oh god, that's what's there now. You just have a 5-pound pocket of scar tissue. That is now the portion of your upper left pectoral.
I take I already have my shirt off, but I started I show him the beast and what it did to me.
The beast.
Does he have any
I am
long injuries?
absolutely covered in scars.
So you have an extensive amount of individual
Yeah.
scars.
Roger.
However,
Not like that.
no, technically I don't think.
I did get hit by a cannonball.
No, you have seen it and you have seen it. The person who still has the greatest of all scars is Tyrone.
Yeah.
From like one of the early sessions.
The night.
Level 2.
Yeah, the night.
I had
It's
21
from
health,
here.
and it did 20
And
damage
due to the
too.
fact that you haven't seen it, I won't describe it here to your character. But your scars are individual and in like this is where the tiger tooth went through my bicep, right? And like this is where the coyotes of the mountain mauled my upper ab.
This is where the sea creatures that wanted my asshole jumped on the ship,
bit me in the chest and
literally
zapped me,
impaled me, and lifted me up.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Tyrone?
You were cut from shoulder to hip bone.
Yeah, Tyrone
in
would see
one fell swoop.
Tyrone would show him.
If you would like to.
Yeah, I'd show him.
After
Tyrone would
you're
see
seeing
him
them
being like,
show.
Jesus Christ, this is fucking horrible.
You watch as
And Tyrone would be
Tyrone.
like,
You do have,
pulls his robe
actually, out of all of us, you have the coolest scar here in real life.
unfortunately. It fucking sucks.
Unfortunately, but fortunately, it is the coolest shit ever.
Bit by a T-Rex.
It's okay.
Damn,
Scars
he's
are
always
cool,
dying.
and that scar
Always
is
dying.
Pretty
Tyrone
gnarly.
pulls down
fucking cool.
his
That's a
robe.
fucking-
That's a
That's
small
fucking
version
wrong.
of what Tyrone
That's a
does.
small
lifelong
version.
story you get to tell everybody that you almost died on a mini bike.
I wish it was like a real motorcycle, not a mini
Who
bike.
gives a fuck, dude? You lived. You had an artery severed, and you lived.
I did.
And you have the coolest scar to show for it.
He's got real life D&D wounds.
I have Tyrone's real
As
scar.
shitty as the whole thing was, that scar is sick, in my opinion.
It's also
Silver
pretty cool that
linings,
you're
am I
still
right?
You
alive.
think so? Because, man, it caused a mess for you too.
Oh yeah. Was it worth it? Absolutely, because you're still alive.
Your car was a fucking crime scene.
My car was. I thought I was gonna get pulled over because someone thought I killed somebody. My car, the inside of my car, drenched in blood. The outside of my car,
Also trying
Dude, I
to
blew an artery in his car and just was spraying blood everywhere.
literally, he stood outside of my car waiting for me to get my keys. So the passenger side of my car, from the rooftop to the bottom, and down my entire
Just
passenger
painted.
window was just red. So when I drove home, I couldn't look out my passenger window because it was red. Because he splayed blood all over it. And then got in my car and proceeded to pour blood into my passenger seat. Thank God I had seat covers.
Yeah, fuck you, buddy. How dare you?
So I'm glad you think it's cool, because fuck.
I think that scar is sick. I like scars.
Yeah, it's also pretty cool that you live. It's
It's fucking
pretty
sick.
sweet.
Tyrone pulls his robe down, and he shows you that across the center of his chest, the feathers that adorn both his arms, legs, and face have never regrown. In a small, narrow section where you see a visceral, like 2-inch wide scar tissue mark that goes from shoulder to hip.
What's
And that was from
what's
a
the
statue.
story there?
It was kind of in the early days of our journey with Rolger and Molnir.
Can I history check for the name of that guy that?
Oh,
it
it was the fuck. It was.
was a politician dude.
It was a member.
Yeah,
of
I'll
Parliament.
give it to you.
It started with an A.
I'll give you the roll.
Arendelle.
Arendelle? I think it was Aaron Aaron Door or something like that.
It was an elf. That's all I remember. It was an
Oh
elf.
yeah, and then when he was getting executed, he's like trying to say his last words. We're like, "You're gay."
Yeah.
gay.
Shut up.
No one cares. Who has?
And he kept trying. And then the executioner's like, "Dude, I'm tired."
I cleaned that seat.
The last thing he heard was,
I cleaned
"Hey,
it
what
as
shape
no
is
blood.
it?"
No.
Back my car.
It was. Hey, what was it? What were you guys? You guys
Back
kept
block.
saying,
I don't
"What's
know,
your
I
shoe
just never put
size?"
it back in
It
my
does
car.
start with an A.
Oh,
It does
but
start with
yeah.
A. I just don't
What
remember.
size your shoe?
What size shoe you wear?
Yeah. And then he got his head
Don't
chopped
fucking
off.
care.
That city was the same time that Mason stopped talking to me during a session. He was like, "Oh, that guy looks like a monk. I'm gonna box him in the ring."
Oh,
And then
or-
got your shit fucked. And then you looked at me like, "What do you mean he attacks 3 times in a turn?" Fuck you guys. Anyway.
What? It was fun.
Oh, am I wrong?
Yeah, you said you wanted a history check.
And then he blew somebody's head
Oh,
off.
I thought
And then that guy got his head blew off.
It does start with
Because he didn't kill you.
Honestly, that's what he gets.
14.
14. His name was Alabaster Groku.
I think it's. Wait, hold on.
Oh yeah, Alabaster.
He just told you the name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Alabaster.
I'm pretty sure it's
Grogu.
0, but it might be a -1. If that changes
It's
anything.
too late.
It might be
Alabaster
zero.
Grocher. He was an elven.
It is a -1. It was 13. Let it be known.
Alabaster Groku. He was an elvish politician.
And he was okay. He was an elf. That's all I remember.
Corrupt as shit.
Anyway, yeah, we were
find
planting a
any
letter
evidence?
into this politician's
And we tried to
house.
throw rocks at his window.
Weirdly
find a lot.
similar to Thornan.
I tried to
We
throw
had
a
to
rock
plant
at
a
his
letter in
window.
Thornan's house too. And
You
we
see
did
that scar?
Anyway,
A big knight statue cut in half.
Yeah. Well, almost cut me in half.
Dude, I remember how tense that was.
You were literally holding your body together. Like you were like, oh my god. Yeah.
I should go now.
And then you ran
While
away.
he brings up that
And then I
story,
ran away.
I let out a prayer for Frederick.
Sure.
While I'm listening to that, I'll just cast mending on my my robes to kind of patch them up.
Sure. Yeah, and you definitely can close the hole after over the course of an hour or so.
Oh, and in my breastplate too. 'Cause
Yeah, that would be a little bit more difficult to do, but you could take some time to do that over the next night or so.
Mulder doesn't really sustain any big damage like that.
No,
Not that I
you've
think.
never. What I, the DM, consider. I talked to you about this. What I consider
Not
there's a
little
million terms for it. A vital hit.
Yeah.
It's a completely an RP thing. But in the sense of the game, if you ever take a hit that's 60% or more of your HP in one hit, yeah, that's going to represent itself in a forever damaging.
Like he's kind of like Roller, but a little bit less, like way less.
Yeah, I've had.
And it has to be from a hit, not a turn, a singular hit.
Mulder doesn't get hit, he doesn't get attacked a lot because he kills stuff.
The bloated troll. Absolutely.
You've gotten your dick fucked multiple
absolutely
times.
dicked me down with oil. The fucking.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Every time you hit it, it sprayed acid, and someone here
It
shot it
critical.
like 4 fucking times.
It criticaled me.
Yeah, you had a rough
And then
time.
the sea demons that jumped on the ship
I meant
literally
the
did like
Rosterith,
50
yeah.
something plus damage in one hit.
Yeah,
on
the
very first hit.
Rosterith fucked your butt.
The fucking what's his fucking name? It was a dude he fought and he criticaled me. And then what the fuck is it? There was 4. There was one. It was another big creature that just fucking stomped my shit.
I do remember
And then I died.
someone got
Almost
critical
died.
by the giant stone golem in the museum. I don't remember who it was.
That was
It might have
probably
been-
Roller.
That's what it was. It slowed
It was a
everybody,
stone
and it
golem.
has one melee attack, and it walked up and used its slam attack, and it was like 42.
Yeah, it was me.
And you guys were like, what?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, you take 42 bludgeoning damage.
And I had like
And everyone
50
went,
health.
should we try to go?
Dude.
should we get out of here? That was really funny.
That was the one. I'm pretty sure that was the one.
That was hilarious.
Fuck me.
Everyone's like, oh, it casted slow, it's a caster. And then it walked up and didn't cast and threw fucking hands.
And it beat my shit.
And everyone's like, alright, well. Alright. You see the scar. What'd you like to do?
I'll just listen intently to the story. And just,
They
Tell the
share,
story of the
yeah,
story.
they share what is vigorous. Everything we did talk about of character is shared to you in game. His tribulations with the beast and a crazy museum creature that was fought made of stone and marble. A animated enchanted piece of armor that was booby trapped to kill invaders. All of which are things that your new compatriot seems to have experienced in their time.
and I'll kind of go over like any scars that I got from time in the Underdark.
Most of them not nearly as substantial as like a immediate instant life or death situation, like, oh, I don't know, getting your fucking carotid artery severed or being flayed from asshole to neck.
Yeah.
But you do obviously have traumas from your past to share.
Yeah.
And now a gaping hole in your
Including
chest.
the big one.
Yeah,
From the
including
backstory.
a fucking bowling ball sized hole in your sternum.
So,
You share your war stories. Thorin is sleeping at this time. Verax has taken the time to post his lizard outside of the orb, right, and tie it to a tree so that it can be comfortable. But it seems to almost enjoy the frigid, humid air of the water that is falling upon it. Otherwise, the camp seems tranquil in its presentation. The night seems to be void of any dastardly occurrences. What do you guys want to do?
Roller will kick his feet up in a corner, use his bear pelt as a pillow, and go schleppy time, and it's pee-pee time for me.
Okay.
I'm just going to
Can I tune to the chalice again for like the 10th time?
Roll me.
How many attunements am I allowed for
Roll.
one item?
Well, technically 3 individual items can be remained to attune, but there's no end to the amount of times you can try to communicate with a magical item and bond with it.
Okay.
Roll me an Arcana check.
I'm gonna whip out different dice. We're gonna go ducky this time.
Oh, the OGs, if you will.
The OGs.
What's
First
the
dice I ever
material
got.
they use for 3D printing?
Resin.
Yeah. Because this cement
Yikes.
should work. I have super glue if this doesn't.
11.
I have CA glue if you need it.
Okay.
11.
11. Yeah. 12.
It simply seems to be a cup. It's
Well,
magical.
I know it's not just a cup. Though.
Its magical aura is present, and you understand that if you really wanted to, you could glean a potion and use it as you've learned to this point. Though it itself does not seem to be showing any new features. As you awaken, the small drizzle has been replaced with an overwhelming torrential downpour. The occasional crackling streak of lightning finding its way through the canopy to your location. The storm seems to be getting stronger.
Can I say another prayer to her?
You definitely may.
To them.
To her.
The rain seems to show no signs of letting up as you bow to the forces of nature. I will turn it down a little bit. It is this loud, but I want to be able to hear you all, so we're kind of bringing it a little bit. Oh. Thornin wakes up looking at the sphere now finally fading, revealing the canopy and its torrential, watery exterior now at this point. Shall we continue?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's
make it happen,
brother. Rub the glue in my eyes.
You should maybe wash that off.
You all mount Verix as well and travel northeastern to the cape of the island. The downpour begins to become more than just a hindrance, but an utterly agonizing obstacle to overcome. If I could trouble everyone for a constitution check, please.
Like saving throw check. Just
Constitution check.
Is it for cold? Question
So we
mark.
just add a rock conduit.
Why?
rock on deep.
Do I have to roll for it?
What are you wearing?
I don't get cold. I am giant.
And then if only Lucas hadn't taken that.
So we're
away.
just adding our just rock on one.
Rock on.
Okay.
Rock on.
16.
Okay.
14.
Okay.
11.
Okay. Aside, we'll get to that. That might be something, or nothing, but we'll get there. But you do send that into the wind. Aside from the overall unpleasantness of the weather around you, you aren't succumbed to the fact that it is a detriment to your health. However, very nice. Thank you.
I just want to put it over there so it's like
No,
nice and
no,
safe.
I agree. An hour passes, and another hour. The occasional monkey or large stegosaurus, tyrannosaurus, whatever you want to call it, the giant beasts that inhabit the island scream from a distance at which does not concern you. And finally, the canopy breaks at about 9-ish in the morning. And you now see the storm in its full glory, overcoming this small island now ahead of you, and before it, a expanse of the ocean with a small tan underlying glitter. What do you believe to be described to you as the sandbar that bridges the gaps between the smaller islands. Thorin turns to you. I believe it'd be best if we tied our mounts here. It's possible for them to make it through the sandbar, but venturing further could pose both them and us great danger. They did not sign up for what is to come. I do not mean to tell you how to continue your travel, but they are innocent bystanders in this at the end. I will be unmounting mine. As he begins to tie up his strider to a tree.
I'll tie mine up as well.
Yeah.
Ferrex
Yes.
kind of puts his brow against its brow, silently, as he hitches it.
Thorny?
Yes.
Why are we leading the giant lizards here?
Going further, I cannot guarantee either of our safeties. The Wanty infest what is beyond.
How close are we?
Not far. In distance, at least.
I turn to Mr. Mossback, and I grab his big old head, and I give him a very, very light little headbutt.
A little pop. He does the same thing where after receiving such, he kind of just sits down and squirrels his ass deeper into the earth.
I don't time to retreat. I just leave him there and I say, stay.
What we need a hunter?
He's gonna turn and run into the
Walk
ocean
away.
and kill himself.
Probably will.
4. Good to know. Thorin turns to you all now and says, originally, this was to be the end of our companionship. But I can't help feeling that I may miss out on what could be a righteous discovery. I want to guarantee your arrival. I will continue on with you, even though it's just ahead.
You stay close to me.
We will keep you protected.
I appreciate
I'll
that.
make sure of that.
And also, do not worry. Striders are natural at remaining unseen. We should take care to obscure them. However, once we return and you've finished your expedition, I'm sure they will be valiantly waiting for us upon our arrival. You can see out in the distance that the island is small enough that you can physically see the curve as it reaches away from you, due to the distance away from you and its overall size. Ow. Thorin goes, ow, I hit my knee on a tree.
Ow.
Ow.
Remember the episode? Sorry, one more off subject.
Remember the episode of
It's
Point
been
High?
10
I'm
minutes.
really sorry. Do you remember the episode of Fairy Odd Parents when the boring fairies that are office workers have a mini golf tournament?
The Pixies.
The Pixies with Timmy Turner, and everything they say is very boring.
Yes.
Okay, that's what that reminded me of. I just wanted to let you know,
Ow.
and I'm very sorry.
Sorry.
It's so fucking good.
It's Steve.
Alright.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thorin,
Last off subject.
it is unlikely that we will be able to travel as easily as we have up to this point. Prepare yourselves. Nothing but danger awaits. I'm sure that'll be no problem for you.
Danger. I am danger.
Well, to prepare for it, I take some of my tobacco.
He
All
takes
prepared.
he takes a moment and kind of envelops the remaining striders in a small, obscure topiary like bush, so to speak. Though they seem to just kind of be vibing anyway, and they're kind of like munching on the leaves and
Moss
shit.
back. Stay.
Is it too late to change spells from the long rest?
Yes.
You
it is
turn
too
around
late
and you
to
hear
choose.
him running away.
He's just going.
Then you gotta prepare for the battle.
Roger will be heartbroken. and
Moving
Alright.
forward,
Will rain care.
he begins to wade through into the ocean, walking on the sandbar as it begins to come up to his collarbone as he kind of like wades through towards the island. Varix kind of hikes up his skirt, so to speak, his robe, and ties him off. You see his ankles are very thin.
How far is the sandbar?
Roll me a perception check.
18.
So the other island is completely bridged from Sandbar shore to shore. Several hundred feet. It's not a short distance.
Several hundred feet, as in 700 feet.
Several hundred feet is in several hundred feet.
Wow.
You don't have a tape measure.
So, dimension door is 500 feet.
Correct.
As fast as Roger possibly can, I'm going to run a solid 100 yards. And then I'm going to dimension door to the other side.
Roll
Or as
me
far as I can.
an athletics check.
I'm gonna fly.
Athletics?
You're trying to run.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you said?
That is what he said. He's gonna run.
20.
Yeah.
20. You
Dirt.
begin to get a giant sprint as you begin to bounding, and as soon as your legs touch the ocean, there's that immediate like as you begin to part the water from your overall imposing form. Thornton, up to his collarbone, you're near hip area, if that. As you just begin to trudge through the water at such a speed and haste that you now begin to overtake Thornton.
Gordon is like, what the fuck?
He kind of hears you coming and he turns, and as soon as you get up with him, you go and just teleport away.
Yeah.
Okay? And you boop, find yourself on the safe shore,
I lay down.
far east of
I
your
take
location.
Captain Thornton with you? No. I
Yeah,
take Cat now.
you could have taken.
Yeah, you could have taken
They
some.
could have taken literally anybody.
The rest of you
I was in fear.
continue traveling as what is a incredibly exhausting 20 minutes. I need everyone to make me a Constitution saving
Could
throw.
I
Can I take
actually?
Cat?
Could you actually?
Could I just start jumping in the water with my boots?
You have a ring of water walking.
No, I don't. I traded it to the. I
Oh,
traded it
that's
to Bojo and Jobo.
You could, however, that would be equally as exhausting to do so over the course of 700
Let me
feet.
triple check and make sure I don't have the ring of water walking.
I think you
I-
can trade it
I
in, but if you
gave-
do have
I
it,
gave it to
Yeah.
Phil.
Can
17.
Roger take a cat now while that's happening? As in, short rest?
What was the saving
Um,
throw? Was it Constitution?
Yeah.
Would they have would you guys have +3 if they're within?
yeah, they're all within.
Okay.
Still a dirty 20.
You can attempt to start one. You don't know if you'll be there long enough to complete it, and if it's interrupted, then
I'm gonna start one.
All right, you know, relax for a bit.
24.
24,
30,
30, 20,
13.
13. Luckily for you,
With the +3 and with a +8. I rolled
luckily for you, you're flying, so it doesn't matter.
I rolled 2.
You do manage to stave off the overwhelming amount of fatigue that you are experiencing over the next 15 to 20 minutes as you hike just this awful quarter mile of fucking sandbar. The water, which is usually probably quite warm, has become to the, like, turbulent from the rain that it's splashing back up into your fucking face. You can't look up, you can't look down. It's humid and gross. The water's just chilly enough to be uncomfortable. The sand, you don't give a shit. The sand is difficult to traverse and you sink with every step, and having to pull more than your own weight, including your goods and travel sack and weaponry. However, after about 25 minutes, Thornin, 10 feet in front of you, breaches shore. You guys following suit. And you see him trying to lean against a stump to take a nap. Thornin kind of kicks your foot and goes, ready to go?
How much longer do I need? If I
Like 30.
And I'm at 25.
Yeah. You need about 45 minutes to an hour is a short rest.
Can
20.
Just kind of trying to like see. Can I see what he's trying to do? Like, do I know that he's trying to get his power back? I guess from a
No.
okay.
And no, I mean, if you want to metagame it, listen, bro, I can't stop you.
Well,
but
no,
there's no way you would see him, like, kind of like, give me a minute, and be like, oh yeah, he's trying to summon God.
Well, I just mean like
I tell
he's done
Thorne-
it before, I guess.
Yeah, but still, even to that extent,
That's why I always
you
ask.
can metagame it if you want, but
I
no.
just tell Thorne to just take a 10.
He kind of looks at the rest of you.
I could use a little.
It
bit
is
of
kind
data.
of. It's good to keep your feet dry if possible.
He looks at you and goes,
It's not fucking seeping into your boots constantly now, is it?
It might as well be. I mean, he kind of has a point.
he literally cups his hand and it begins to overflow with water. Immediately, because it is a fucking non-stop Amazonian rainforest torrential downpour. He's literally like looking at you with just utter confusion in his eyes.
I cast banishment at 96th level. Fuck him.
I tell
No,
him,
you said it. You
like,
said it. You said it.
You literally looked at him and go, we should dry off.
I said like dry your feet off.
I just tell him I'll meet him in
Like
the tree line.
inside the fucking boots.
I'll tell Thornton I'll meet you in the tree line.
I feel like that's not a fucking stupid.
That
thing.
is how he responds. That is what he looks at you.
I tell Thornton I will meet you in the tree line. Give me 10, 15 minutes.
He does take off his shoes and empty them and puts them back on. Otherwise, he goes, take the time you need, I will continue on. And
Yeah,
he
exactly.
travels into the jungle.
I'll empty my boots with him. Just for.
Verax will like kind of reacquaint his small. He basically wears like velvet sandals. They're like slippers almost. Yeah, Verax is, I think, the Christ. I'm pretty
Might
sure.
be Jesus.
Cut that out.
Wait, why? We know who that is. Verax is Jesus.
That's certainly not the worst
Verax
thing we
is
said.
the definition of anti-Semitic for sure.
Alright, now we have to cut it out. Brady's like, I don't want this in here.
Verax is
anti-Semitic.
racist.
Anti-Semitic.
Us posting this to YouTube is the biggest brand risk for everyone involved.
Yeah, right.
Dude, I can't wait. I'm
Like
gonna come
none
to
of
this
us can
We're
ever
all gonna
fucking,
lose our jobs.
None of us can do fucking anything because
They're gonna pull us up in my teaching interview. They're like, "So you want to work for Spokane Public Schools?"
Thornton
Oh, we found this video.
takes a moment and
Brady's gonna post the.
I'll make him
Everyone call me
pop.
over.
Thornton doesn't seem to be unhappy with, the delay, but kind of seems kind of like, well, get busy going or get busy dying. He's like, fucking, all right, that's on you. I have a job to do. I'm going to complete it whether you attend or not. So he just kind of just...
Your job depends on someone, so I'm gonna take my job.
I was gonna say like, isn't this whole job that we paid
Yeah, we
him to
haven't
fucking
paid
take
him.
us here?
No, you haven't paid him.
Oh.
He has not been
literally
paid.
have not paid him.
Nope.
Oh well.
As of this moment, boy math, he's been working for free. So...
Do I take my extra 10 whatever minutes I needed?
who goes with Thornton?
I'll go with Thorn.
I'm fucking staying back with him.
I'm going, where's Verax going? What's he doing?
He is, kind of like wringing out his robe, and he looks around, and he takes a knee on the shore.
Yeah, I'm staying with Verax.
Okay. Thornton continues into the jungle with you for about 15 minutes. You've completed your short rest. At this point, you guys gather to continue on, following to the best of your ability. Who is leading the 3/4 of you into the jungle?
Kind of like fly up,
Big boy.
kind of take a look.
I
I know how dense it is, kind of like on the beach.
yeah. Go ahead and fly up. Roll me a perception check.
These are rolled like shit. All right, let's take out.
I like the soundtrack.
14.
14.
Yeah.
You fly up. Looking forward, unfortunately, due to the density of the forest, it's very hard to ascertain anything. However, as you circle your head, you notice that literally no more than 30 feet to the left of where you guys landed, a group of Wanti are fishing off the shore. They seem to be throwing out like very crude nets made of some sort of like jute fiber into the ocean, small baskets of hemp or some like wicker, if you will, and they're trying to catch things out of the ocean. It seems to be a small group. However, none of them resemble that of a pureblood, which is the more human ascertains. They all seem to be mostly abomination. And it seems as though during your travel they have not noticed your ascent. Probably chalk that up to the fact that the rain is so deafening to this point.
I'm gonna land and I'm gonna be like, alright, let's go into the forest now.
Sure.
Okay, let's go into the forest.
Roll me a survival check, please. If you could, sir.
I'm taking that roll.
Your what?
He tried to roll in the dice tower and he missed it, but the roll was good.
Oh, so we're cheating.
Okay.
16.
Ah, I see.
All right, dude.
You light on fire.
Cheating!
What was your roll, 16?
Yeah.
You begin to traverse into the jungle, and you seem to, for the most part, have a pretty decent bearing, following along. However, as you travel, it becomes slightly difficult to find the path that your laden friend, about 10 minutes ahead of you, have taken. As such, you guys take a bend, and you see Thornir kneel down and begin to study the surroundings. Thornin, sorry.
Thorn!
That's a new group name. Thornir.
Okay. Alright. As he kneels down, he looks through the mud and the sludge that is now the floor. We should tread carefully. Warranty have passed through here recently. High numbers for sure. Hard to tell their intention, but they're close.
Is there anything I can see in my vicinity, like broken branches from like a specific direction?
Roll me a survival check, please. To try to see if there's any tracks that you may have missed.
+6. 18.
18. With an 18, it's very obvious. You do pick up on most of what he seems to be viewing.
Yeah.
Several tracks of different size, both human foot, like some form of abomination that has a human bottom half, and slither marks. Higher up, there does seem to be shown signs that the shrubbery has been obstructed or not obstructed. Sorry, interfered with, like it's been broken or shifted. Again, in higher numbers, there seems to be different paths, all kind of centralizing from ahead of you, kind of sprawling out towards you as you look around in your general vicinity. And as you take a moment to ponder, you arrive right on their tail.
I go, hey guys.
Just so you know, I saw a group of Huan Ti on the beach behind us, like right after we pulled up. Fishing, so they're around.
I pointed the tracks on the ground.
And I go, I don't know if that was them.
There's a lot of them.
But yeah, there was a group.
Yeah, for sure.
So there's a group about that way.
Down behind us, on the beach.
How many?
I mean, actually,
It was a sizable formation, 4 or 5.
4 or 5.
well, I guess we just gotta be careful from this point on. We know what the 1T can do.
Guns drawn, baby.
You guys share this information at the 1T, as you do. What do you guys want to do?
Dude, I don't fucking know.
Look to Thornton. He's the guy.
He's the guide.
What do you recommend?
I'm a guide for the travel of the geology, the land. I do not know how to secure passage past beasts that wish to fillet me.
Thornton.
You told me I thought that you would protect me.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
we
we will.
protect you if something
Oh, we will.
happens.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is something happening right now.
There's nothing happening right now. We know.
Thornton.
Varix. What? How do you think we should broach this situation?
Just looking for some guidance.
Slowly cast for person
Fucking.
Varix cast is extermination.
He puzzles for a moment. He says, well, Well, it's impossible to know what we're up against until we know what we are up against. And he continues onward.
I mean, that's a
Thorn?
fair.
I
No
tell
beating
Thorn,
around the bush with that guy, bro.
You stay right in front of me.
To Thornin?
Yeah.
Sure. He goes, okay.
If I fly up and peek over the tree line, can I see a ziggurat, maybe?
You take flight. You're like literally 10 feet. Well, I don't know, like eighth of a mile, maybe a third, quarter of a mile into the forest at this point. Yeah, fly me a roll perception check. He nods and then Varric continues forward. Varric's finally stopping ahead of you and kind of he pulls down a leaf. And immediately, as you go up a slight elevation, a rise, if you will, you hike up it and you peer over what you see to be a small encampment. The familiar sight of the Yuan-Ti. However, you do not see any of them that are slightly more human, which is jiving with what you saw earlier. No human members of the cast. Instead, all of them are varying in size and look like sheer beasts and abominations, full upper half snakes or bottom half, slithering appendages. He takes a look at it and he goes, well, it's pretty expansive. Seems they be traveling either shore, to the east or west.
So this subterfuge you were talking about earlier?
Well, it's easily, they don't need to be killed, bypassed, or avoided. What do we wish to do?
Bypass. God.
Bypass.
Fucking
Rather
Christ.
not fight. We're gonna
I can't disguise self as the abominations, but I can disguise self as the more humanoid ones, right?
Correct. You can't change your size to a 14-foot giant Medusa.
Yeah, but I can be the dude with like snake arms, right?
To an extent. I would allow the spell to do like as long as you remain within the size of a humanoid. Some of them have like 14-foot Akanda arms, but yeah, to an extent, like where you like the dude with the garden snake arms and
That's
shit.
what I'm saying, yeah, that guy.
Yeah. They still have to roll to perceive whether or not that is an illusion, but I
I would
would.
be the dude that's snake lower body but man upper body.
Weird shit.
Yeah.
Varric's
I was just curious.
Varric's chimes in. What if we wish to avoid them? My worry becomes the successfulness of that endeavor. Seems that they stretch from basically either coast. You can already see, as he points, you see them hauling out fresh fish from the coast. They seem to be gathering goods and resources. Seems to be like a small little forward camp, if you will.
How far can we see out above the tree line from here?
Not at all.
Like we just see straight through the tree line. to
You're
where they're at?
you're you went up and now you're seeing through a small clearing, basically. You were not above them. You were in line with them, just far enough away.
Drax, how far can you take us in your little circle?
Teleportation circle? You can go to points that are predetermined.
You can't predetermine that point.
I can. However, you must understand the gravity of the magic I must call upon for that to occur.
I understand that. I'm just saying if shit
And
comes to shove.
if I were to teleport willing individuals to a place I have not seen, it could be catastrophic in nature. I'm sure you understand how unyielding the arcane can be if not practiced.
Just saying, save that for your back pocket. Right.
Roll me a persuasion check.
I honestly, at this point, do not give a fuck.
Oh boy.
He says,
And I literally like this.
son, I will do what it takes to keep us safe, but please trust me in what I know.
I trust you.
As you say, you should put your hand on my chest, brother. You should think about doing
I
this.
was thinking about PTSD and the war that I spent in the jungle last time.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm laughing at you, not with you. It's funny. Any ideas before we continue forward? We could cause a distraction. We could disguise and attempt to travel through and avoid them. There are options. But at the end of the day, it is our safety that is our main priority. Is there any ideas on how to maintain that safety?
We can cause a distraction. We've done that in the past, but
We could.
my fear about like causing distraction is like,
It puts them on high alert.
yeah, like putting them on edge.
Because they are rabid. They're not, especially these abomination types, like ones out there. They are more primal. They go off.
I
They
see.
become more high alert.
I see. Well,
In the past,
If we could-
Tyrone has thrown a fireball to distract him,
Oh yeah.
and that it worked well, but it still just puts him on alert.
The best thing to do is to get past them without them even knowing. However that has to be.
This is why it's tough, because there's a lot of avenues, but a lot of them lead to fight after fight after fight with one team. The mass in numbers is astounding. So I think the best way is to try to veer off whatever path we think they take and stay clear of those.
I have no problem believing that we can attempt to circumvent them if that's what you intend. However, my concern arises from the fact that this is their land. I do not foresee that being successful for long. Trying to completely just attempt to blindly go somewhere that they do not know about, or do not travel frequently, is a recipe for pain. Solving one solution now is better than an uncanny problem to deal with later.
So what is your solution?
Well, if we must,
Forgive my frustrativeness.
you are not forgiven. He doesn't say that. I just think it'd be funny if he did. You are young and juvenile.
You
My
did
God.
If he
roll.
said that, that's valid.
What does he have in
But
his
I also
tank?
say back
Let's
to
take a
him.
look.
I got captured by these fuckers and killed. So
I guess let's see what happens. And he begins to walk forward towards the encampment.
fuck it.
I
I
turn to
honestly-
Thornton.
Whisper, fuck it. And I just follow.
I'll just follow suit. Yeah.
He walks within 120 feet of the encampment.
I turn to Thornton and
Okay,
say,
how?
cover yourself with bush. Unless you want to wield the blade.
You'll roll cell check. As you command. Good to know.
Fuck. God, Thornton's gonna die.
As I just fucking march towards my death at this camp. How many do I see?
One with perception
Like
check.
immediate.
I'd also like to
vicinity.
follow suit after I tell him to death. I don't know if that was clear.
For what?
You said you were looking to see how many you see.
I didn't.
What'd you roll?
Oh, I roll as bad as it gets.
There's more than one.
More than one. That's better than I rolled.
As he gets about
That's
100 feet
crazy.
in the encampment, you see that there is a. I'll give you a little bit of dissertation here. It's kind of like a central hub. They are moving inward and outward in all directions, collecting resources. They seem to be compiling a large surplus of ragged baskets to bring somewhere. They seem to be loading things onto crates and man-pulled carriages, if you will. You see, at this range as you guys near, there's definitely double digits. He points to you.
Oh shit, what was that?
There's a candle.
I'm in.
Bitch.
Varix
Varix.
points to you
To me.
in silence and says,
I'll walk up to him.
he says, turn yourself into one of them. And do your best. He immediately turns, pulls out his book, and as he begins to chant something,
And I say out loud in a whisper, only we can hear, of course. And I turn myself into a snake.
he says nothing as he continues to. He will cast an interesting spell as you see a swirling twist of patterns that begin to envelop most of the entire camp, almost a 30-foot sphere of which. It's beautiful. The pattern appears for but a moment and vanishes as all the Wanti turn to look at it, and now I have to roll a fuck ton of saves.
what's happening. I don't know what he fucking wants you to do. I have no idea. I'm lost.
You see 8 individuals mindlessly walk towards the light as it blips out of existence. And they turn. 2 of them seem to be shaking their heads, clawing at their skull, while the other 8 turn towards your direction. Verge puts his hands together, puts a robe over them as if to act as if they're clinged together, and nudges you forward. What do I say? Figure it out. I'd assume you'd already cast it as you said.
Yeah.
So you've taken the form of a very poorly abominized Huan Ti, but one nonetheless. They should be subjective to suggestioning. Hurry.
Okay.
It has not affected them all. Be persuasive.
Should we? Okay. Doran's hiding. He's not with us.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I thought
It was a bright ball of light that flew by, correct?
It existed out of ether, encapsulated 30 feet. It's basically like a disco ball of bright greens and blues, and then disappeared. And they all kind of like fucking got lobotomized by it, and are now looking at you, and they are not moving. They seem to be restrained in some form.
Can I?
I'm a snake boy now, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, I'm up next to them.
You've walked within feet, and they see you visually. You're probably 50 feet away.
Can I? Okay. How
Walk.
close are we to where Thorin was right now?
10, 15 feet. You guys are the ones who walked ahead.
I get closer.
Okay, you
I'm
begin
gonna.
to walk.
Can I message Thorin while this is happening and be like, join us, like, get with us?
Sure. You send that message.
Am I close enough to like we can talk?
They could hear you if you were to shout, yeah. As you begin to walk
Can I?
farther.
Tongues doesn't. Oh shit! Tongues means I can understand it, but can I speak it?
Here you go.
I can speak.
It goes
right?
both ways.
Yeah.
That's
I
why
believe it goes both ways.
Yeah, it goes both ways.
The way it works is even if you were speaking common, if it doesn't understand you, it automatically can.
Okay.
It,
I'm
pretty
I'll
sure.
just cast tongues.
They watch as you like utter incantation, pull out your little item with your focus, and like cast the spell. And they're all like,
Oh, fuck. All
he
right.
says, hurry, it only lasts a minute. Wake up.
Follow the light. I have followed days.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Because the light went past them and then kept going. Right?
It didn't move.
I thought it showed up.
expanded from a central point like a disco ball and then blipped out of existence.
Yeah, light didn't.
Sorry, I thought the light showed up and went. All right.
Oh my god.
What is it?
Oh, at advantage, by the way. They're charmed.
Oh.
Immediately rolls again.
Wow. Thank God for the first roll. Persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
7 plus 5. 13.
12.
2 of them,
12.
they kind of look at each other. And they look at you. And they cock
I
their
do.
head
I do
other
the
way.
fucking the little flame spell out of my hand, and I say it bless me.
As you do so, the 2 of the individuals seem to be unperturbed by whatever effect has occurred here today. And they begin to scan the horizon. And they like snap their fingers in front of their compatriots and look at you and go, who are you?
And I just show them the flame, and I say follow me, and I just start walking in that direction that way.
Roll me a persuasion check at advantage.
We'll keep it.
I mean, yeah.
What is it?
Same roll.
Oh shit! All right. Persuasion. 17 plus 5.
22.
22.
Where are you walking?
In a direction that allows everyone else to get going.
And if you were walking, let's say, due east when you walked into the camp,
Yeah.
assuming that due east is to the center of the island, what cardinal direction are you walking?
We were walking east to get to where we're at, right?
Yeah, so if this is the island in a perfect circle, you started here and you walked east and now you're here.
The opposite direction of our group.
So continuing east. Because your group would be immediately behind you, which was west. So you would walk through the cave.
Like northeast.
Okay. If that's where you want to go. I'm just I'm trying to paint the picture of what is happening. For you.
Okay.
You just begin walking. And what was the persuasion roll?
22.
22? There's no fucking way. Hold on. Something's wrong.
Fucking Verge.
I wonder if the mic can pick up this sweet succulent rolling I'm doing.
Definitely can.
Okay.
I have one plan.
Dude, what the fuck is happening?
I don't fucking know. Verax just said go.
You said follow the light, and the light didn't move.
I have a flame in my hand. That's the light. There you go.
You begin walking northeast.
Yeah.
As you do, the two individuals that seem to be unaffected by whatever it was that Verge did are just confounded by what the fuck is happening. They're looking at their compatriots, and you went and began walking away.
Yeah.
And they are befuddled beyond belief. They look at you with an inquisitive eye, and they are going to try to discern what you are. They are very, very confused. Let's see, what does that roll here?
Dude,
I need to know your
what did you
spell
want me to
check.
say?
I need to know your spell check, or your spell... Yeah, your spell save DC. I think it is an 18. Or 17? 17's the highest skill, right? Yeah, 17's the highest skill. Let me look up their stat log real quick.
What am I looking at?
Spell save DC.
It is, I think you're right. It is.
It's 17. It's the same as mine, because you have the same.
Ooh!
It'll be. You go like your spells.
Don't do that. Don't do that, dude.
It also says it literally
How dare you?
on all your spells.
How
It's
dare
like-
he?
Except for that, because that's the sword.
Yeah.
But like you, when you cast a spell, that's your
So, I'm going to try to give you an overwhelming descriptor of what is occurring.
Yeah.
Okay. All the original individuals, which are all Malicens or above, which basically means they're either half in any form, like I said, bulky, strong, roided out snake people. Okay. Their human features are minimal at best, some of them bigger than others. Out of the 10 that are here, 8 of them seem to have been iPad baby lobotomized
Yeah.
by whatever the fuck happened. They were very confused by your first order. Okay?
Okay.
And they're all standing still, blank stare, drool falling out of their mouth, snot running down their cheek, beyond confused.
Yeah.
The 2 look you up and down, puzzle for a moment, take a step back, kind of cock their head, and then immediately go, I thought you were supposed to be fishing this evening. Why? Who is with you? Who is this prey?
I do minor sensation, and I warm. Can I? The 2 that don't believe me, I warm their bodies.
You warm?
I can warm them. I can send a chill, warm, or flavor up to 1 cubic foot of non-living material for 1 hour.
You warm their bodies.
And I say, follow me.
Roll me a persuasion check. Not at advantage. Because they are not charmed.
You gotta take it, because we've
Dirty
taken it
20.
every single time.
Dirty 20. Unfortunately for you, they are very curious and suspicious of your activity, and do not move a singular step and say, I asked a question, Runt. Who are you? You're supposed to be fishing. Who is this?
Who's he pointing?
Varix.
Verax is behind me?
Yes!
Dude, we're all right
What are you
there.
talking about?
What I walked up to them.
Yeah, Varix.
We all walked
Yeah.
out. He walked all of us into the camp, and then did that.
Yeah.
We've all been standing right behind you the entire time.
It's one of those things where it's like the theater
Oh
of the
man,
mind.
maybe you
just
shouldn't have
completely
that extra
escapes
drink
you.
roll.
Oh no!
Fuck you, Verax, you fucking cunt.
He put his hands and put a cloth over his arm to feint being a prisoner, and walked up. When you originally talked to the guy, he literally nudged you and said, "Be quick, it doesn't last long." He was talking.
You're there with a bunch of prisoners.
They are feed for the Great One. That's what I said.
We caught him fishing.
Roll me a persuasion check, please. Very interesting choice of words.
You are fucking rolling out of your mind with this one.
Dirty 20.
You are rolling out of your fucking mind right now.
Jesus.
The seer was supposed to accumulate the sacrifices for this evening. Where is she?
You literally go, oh, is that what you do?
By the water.
Well, where did you find them?
By the water.
You did not come this close.
I look back at him and I say, I assume they fell off the ship.
Verax, like,
Verax is dripping sweat now.
and you see him kind of like begin to befuddle with his hands, preparing for something.
Oh, he's about to fucking start shooting, dude.
He looks at you.
I look at Varix with the most, like, literally if my eyeballs could say fuck you across them, they would.
The creature looks at you. Says,
Well, for now this is waiting for his feast. Continue, hurry, before it's your head on a pike.
We start running.
I start walking.
you walk through the center of the encampment. As you look around, the entire encampment seems to still be, at this moment, this has taken place over about 40 seconds, this conversation that you've had. The camp, the original villagers seem to be still, like fully just...
Can I look back behind my shoulder really quick and see if Thorn had followed suit?
Yeah, he's with you guys.
Oh,
he
thank
is.
God.
Okay.
Oh, fucking thank God.
Cool. Was he like, the fuck is going on?
He is just with you guys. You begin to walk through the middle of the encampment. A large string, several snarls, and looks at you as hisses begin to come from all corners of the camp as you walk through. Licking their lips as like...
Talked about. No, I'm upset. Keep walking. And is he acting like he's fucking handcuffed? or
Yeah,
anything?
this whole time. He's got his hands under a piece of cloth and they're walking behind
I
you.
just play with the roll and I act like I'm pulling.
You do so. Roll me a performance check. Natural 1.
19.
Alright.
Jesus Christ.
You walk through this encampment all the way to the other side, continuing a little bit towards like your original northeast sort of projection, a little bit more east. And you hear a shout. The same individuals.
Where are you going? Is it that way?
I don't even acknowledge what he said. I just walk that way.
You like... he like... and he goes back to doing whatever he was doing.
That's fucking hilarious.
You're good. You guys walk into the jungle.
Are we out of the camp?
At this point, yeah.
Is there
Jesus
any other
fucking
Wanty around
Christ.
us?
There's a sporadic one or two that
We
you see spritzing around.
keep
You're
up the
not-
act.
You're
Keep
by
up
no
the act.
means in the clear.
Yeah, keep up.
As
the
you are
fucking
still
act.
in some form of territory.
What the fuck do we do when we get there?
Listen, keep up the act until we're in the fucking
up the
clear.
Hey,
fucking
Wanty, eat these people. Keep going.
You continue.
Yeah, if they eat Verax is just gonna go nuclear bomb. Fucking
Actually,
bomb
I
out
cast fucking suicide vest.
I have 10 fireballs in my robe right now.
He opens his coat and it's like 15 scrolls of fireball with wires on them.
What's the meme where somebody like wrote down like a bunch of spells into a book and then like whenever it opened it, they like.
Oh, I don't know. That's not
I saw a
sick as
meme
fuck,
and
though.
he was like,
I've seen it.
he like wrote it in and then he left the book somewhere and he's like, somebody opened it and there's just like a fucking
Yeah, it was like
a
fireballs.
mushroom cloud behind him and the DM was like, oh yeah.
You continue
How's
traveling
my boyfriend was here right
through
now?
the jungle. The occasional Wanti coming across your path and kind of puzzling at you and then seeing what's behind you and seeing your trajectory and kind of just assuming that you're there for a reason. They walk past you. Finally, after about another hour, the sporadic sightings of the Wanti seem to dissipate. It's been probably about 25 minutes before you've seen a single one. At this time, however, this full hour encompasses and your disguise does drop. You obviously can cast it for free. You reactivate it. I just want to make sure I'm keeping myself honest with durations and such. But yeah, you just go, 59 minutes and 59 seconds elapses and you go, frame one. And then you fucking immediately transform. But as you retransform, Varric kind of looks around and Thornin kind of like nudges you and goes, what the fuck are we doing?
I don't fucking know. Just keep up the fucking play like you're a prisoner.
Perhaps this wasn't the best bet for me to accompany you.
Probably not.
No.
I turn around and I say, no. And I just keep walking.
He says,
Well, hey,
By my honor.
we found a little space right now. Maybe we take
also-
take 5.
And we've gotten all
We're
the way
not
here.
within any Wanti right now?
He said we haven't seen Wanti for 20 minutes.
Oh, that's what he said, okay. I heard the 20 minutes part.
I cannot promise.
I was paying attention, I just didn't
I thought he
but I
said like.
promise to keep you
I
alive.
thought he said something else.
I thought he was like shit talking us for real.
No.
I thought he was like, "Fuck you guys, I shouldn't have
We
come."
also have the ability to revive.
No.
I don't think it's in my best interest to continue.
Thornin,
What to do?
how would you get back?
I don't have to figure it out, but I think that my life is not worth whatever is going to continue.
We're too deep for
Going persuasion check.
Thorn, yeah, I was gonna say, dude,
Dude,
you
we
are
are
way better off with us than you are without us.
No, I rolled good. Plus 3. 18.
18. He looks you up and down and he goes, no. I'll find my own way back.
Gordon, it's safe with you with us.
I don't
promise.
There's no way in hell it's safe.
How much do I owe you?
250.
I pull out my sack of gold and I pour out 250 in his hand. And I say, get the fuck out of here.
I'll give you a night's wait. I'll wait with the Striders at the sandbar if I can make it back. If you're back within, say, 2-3 days at most, I'll be there, waiting for you to return. If not, I'll take him on to the city safely. By God, travel safe. And instead of traveling back the way you came, he ducks east into the jungle. Or ducks south, your immediate right.
I give him a good old
Dude,
rest in
you
peace.
give him a good old. My heart goes out to you.
He said 250?
I do not do that.
250 gold as agreed upon your departure.
Dude, fucking, I feel like it's. I mean, we're going to the belly of the beast, but.
It is definitely probably safer with us. than
It
is
was
on
definitely
your own.
safer.
I
Well,
say it with kind of a mean tone.
Wait,
I go, get the fuck out of here, and I hand him the gold.
and he takes it with
Roller's,
no give a
Roller's
fucking.
nasty tonight, dude. He's getting all
I know.
nasty, dude.
Honestly,
He's
how
getting
many
Drinks are we
nasty
at,
with them.
Roller? How many
6.
drinks are we there? Okay. No.
6 drink
fine.
roller gets
It'll
real
only get
nasty.
better.
That's why.
6 drink roller gets really mean.
Homeboy's straight up like, dude, I know this joke will like back my hand. I'll help you guys get through this shit. And then
And then
first sign of trouble, he's like, dude, I gotta go fuck.
To be fair,
In his original
I'd be able to.
discussion with you about what his responsibilities were, originally told you exactly how far he would take you to the cusp of the island, and he
To
did.
be fair, yeah, he was like, I kind of want to like see what's in
Yeah.
there, and then we got.
You're a singular pager already realizing the danger of what's ahead and jumping ship.
I turn around to Varric and I go, how much longer do you want me to keep at this fucking roof?
How long do you think it'll be successful for?
You want me to walk you right up to whatever king they have?
Do you think
Or
you could
queen.
get us there?
Because I'm sure I'm going to get told to fuck off, and someone else is going to walk you up to him.
I honestly do not know.
It could be a queen. Remember that lady that tried to fuck you in the other one?
Whatever. A giant snake is going to be waiting for us, and I'm going to get told to go fuck myself.
To be
Someone
fair,
else is gonna take
hold
me.
on, hold
Then
on,
perhaps we employ a different stock.
Hold on. Remember the lady
That tried
did
to
try
breed
fuck
you?
On a different island?
She said breed
Yeah,
me.
she was like the daughter. That's what they said.
You know her name. I don't know her name.
She literally walked up to her and said,
Do I know her?
"Bust
I did talk to her.
Did you ask her name?
I do
Positive.
not remember. I'm sorry.
You asked
No.
what is your
Walked up to her
story,
and was like,
basically.
busted me, bitch."
Yeah, I did talk to her a little.
She's
bit.
like,
The fact you
"Doing
remember
this."
that is fucking crazy. That you remember that incredibly minute detail.
That she's the daughter? Dude, that's not a minute detail. It's a fucking huge
That
detail.
was a pretty big detail. In my
Well, no one else brought it up until now, and it's been like 7 months since then. So,
Fair enough.
Okay.
We were pretty steadfast
the
on
daughter.
finding that fucking.
If you disguise her, that's why all of them were fucking bowing down. Whatever she wanted, whatever she said, they fucking gave it to her. Because she was the daughter of the big boy.
This is gonna be so fucked. I have too much alcohol in my system.
Yeah, I
am a
know.
woman. I disguise self as
Get this man water ASAP.
as her?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Look at
Brady's
Brady.
got-
Do we?
His whole campaign's falling apart.
Brady was smiling. He's like, I get to attack him now.
I don't know if I asked or if he heard when he was in there.
It could be.
I have a
rival
note here.
gang.
You do not know her
Quantity of
name,
rival gangs.
but
Stick blood.
she did discuss with you
The key crips.
the name
The
of her father.
Do I remember that? I
Roll me a history.
Xavier has no fucking idea.
Roll me a history check.
You rolled good.
I have a good plus to my history.
For the love of Christ. Roll just something above 12.
That, bro, we're deep in the campaign, brother. 12s ain't cutting it at level 11. I'm telling you right now.
Okay? Okay?
Only
15.
You recall
Oh.
during your discussion with her that because you tried to barter with her. You
I
said,
did.
"What if I help you?" She described to you that she is from the ruling caste from a faraway island. Her father, the leader of all, known as Vornothis, the Eternal Coil.
No, you're fucking.
You are, weirdly enough,
She was like very human.
confusingly human.
Yeah.
Which you know, as you guys have interacted with them, that the more snake-like you are, the higher in the system you are.
That's why I remember it, because they were all fucking bowing down to her, and she was like,
She's like
She was super human.
94% human.
Yeah.
She has like, kind of like if you were like a fish person, she like has like gills, but instead of gills, like she barely has like translucent scales on the side of her jaw. She had like a little bit on her shoulders, a tiny bit. Her nails were kind of talony. Otherwise, mostly human. She's got breasts, big ones. And as you remember her in her attire, not wearing a lot.
well, she was naked for you at one point.
She was naked for me.
Milkaronis.
I walk her. I walk them.
Hold on. Hold on. Before we keep walking.
Oh yeah?
What is the plan when we get there?
To feed you to the coil.
Bring you to...
We were gonna feed Thornton, but he left.
Varix kind of takes him and he goes, "I like this plan."
Facts, I didn't know you were into that. That's weird.
Vol.
Are you in? I was literally about to say, are you in a board?
Because we do have like history with her. I don't know how she communicates with her dad, but she was on a fucking completely different island doing her thing over there. So who knows if they've talked, if they haven't talked. You could walk us in and be like, "Hey, I was on this fucking slave boat. I was going to be sold off as a slave to the in the Concord. These motherfuckers
Save my life.
saved my life off of Captain Sightjaw's ship. We were fucking here. Blah blah blah. We fucking got all the way over here.
You know, you, got a
You
very
owe
solid
these
point.
motherfucking gangsters
You got a
because they
very
fucking
solid
saved my
point.
life."
You know that she was also in her capital and very well could have communication with Big Boar Man.
She could.
And could have said, "Hey, a giant Goliath showed up in our place and was gonna fuck me,
and then decided to leave.
Because he had.
That's true, but also these people's I don't know.
And
They
a
have-
bunch of Wanti were found dead in the jungle because we killed a lot of Wanti.
Listen,
maybe they have communicated,
like,
but also these people are not technologically advanced. I don't know what kind of old fucking magic they have to communicate with each
They're
other.
a bunch of hive-minded weirdos.
They are a bunch of high-minded weirdos, and they are like literally turning people into lizard people. So I don't know. They have weird fucking magic, but I don't know if they.
Listen, we're gonna go with your plan because it's the only thing that sounds okay.
I know, but
I
if
look at
we're wrong,
Varix while he says that.
if we're wrong, we're fucking way off,
I
and we're
give him
gonna
one
be
of
found
these.
out immediately.
He says, well, you all know more than I do. Going forward, I believe it's best to take your advice into account for the utmost expertise that it is. I will take your stead. Please, lead on.
Okay, and I keep walking.
That's all it took. That's all it took. All right. Anyone object?
No.
I guess that's the fucking plan. Well,
It's the fucking plan.
You continue on.
you're gonna march in and say you owe these guys. They say no. I don't know how I feel about that, but we have no idea what we're looking for in there.
It's more solid than about 90% of plans we've come up with.
You approach
Uh-huh.
for 30, 40, 50 minutes, and I'll say 55 minutes comes around, you look around, you realize no one's around you, you intentionally drop the skies to re-up it before its expiration expires. That has no problem. I just realized that notification. Hold on. Oh, never mind.
Also, if she somehow got here, that'd be really fucking unlucky.
Yeah.
That'd be funny as hell, though, too.
Yeah.
She would know immediately. She'd be like, "It's fucking you again. I already know it." Listen, it is.
You'd be like, this time, I'm not coming
It is
back.
one of the Broken Bottle's better plans, but man,
For sense
it is
of
fucking paper.
this has
thin.
been a
Okay.
wild session
It
thus
is-
far.
Listen, it's one of our most solid plans, but it still just happens to be made of, like, Jello.
Yeah, literally.
Like, that's not
Oh,
set
God,
yet,
dude.
you know? It's not even solid, but it's somehow one of our most solid plans.
This session has been kind of off the rails already, but I'm gonna lock the fuck in
All
for
right,
you
we're locking
guys.
in.
No, on your guys' behalf. Do whatever you're doing. I'm just letting you know. About 10 minutes into that first second, 10 minutes into the second hour of travel. Finally, you see it.
Locked in.
Reaching into the sky
The zing.
in an attempt to pierce the clouds, a giant black monolith. With a shine, you see the rising edges of the slate ziggurat far in the distance. However, the base of it remains out of line of sight, as your ground level view is obstructed by huts, shacks, and clay structure. These seem slightly more sophisticated than the previous encampments on the other island that you have seen, however, nowhere near that of proper construction. They seem to have actual supports, proper roofs, and have adopted some form of roads made of packed clay, if you will. Most homes are single or 2 stories large and are a combination of crude wood slats and a hardened clay brick. It's immediate to you as you break into this clearing. There is no foliage, right? There's these sporadic trees stretching within the foreview. That the caste and hierarchy civilization and culture is prevalent here. However, it seems to be less signs of any races other than the Wanti, like enslaved. There doesn't seem to be humanoids like you in cages. It just seems to be the very stringent caste systems of the more abomination you are, the higher authority you govern. Do you enter? There are no guards. People freely come and go in swaths.
Should we be like? Should we look like prisoners or not? If our plan is we saved you and you fucking brought us to your home, that'd be weird if we were tied up like
I mean,
prisoners.
to be fair, from what it sounds like, based in my interactions with them as my character, it seems like they really don't fucking like you unless you've gone through some kind of transformation.
100%.
So it's like, even if we saved her life, it would be like, it's a mercy I didn't kill him. me repaying them for saving my life is bringing them here to be bestowed upon them our gifts or whatever.
I look at Verax.
So should we?
Probably still pretend to be prisoners is my vote.
Sure. That makes
Can I look at Verax?
that makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense.
And I say, are you sure?
Seems like the best bet going forward.
I mean, even if it doesn't work out,
Roll
more than
I
capable.
say Verax.
I look to Roller. I say, re-up your disguise before we go to the.
I say Verax. Do you think Brady thinks this plan is good?
He says,
Yeah,
Has
it's a
anyone
6
seen me
spell.
yet?
"What do you mean?
Has anyone looked at us yet?
any of the Wanties
Since
seen
we
him
arrived
disguised?
where
You're not in. I'm asking."
Yeah.
The only people that you have seen were before you changed your disguise traveling.
No one's come out and seen us yet?
Not directly. I was giving
So
you
I
a
asked
moment to
Verax.
decide what you want to do
I
before you
asked Verax,
continue on.
and I say, are you sure?
He said, "As sure as I can be."
I turn around.
I'm gonna use the bathroom before she gets locked.
Okay.
I say, listen, motherfucker, your dad is Vornathus, the Eternal Coil. Do not fucking forget it, bitch.
And what's funny is if anyone asks, you cannot look to him.
Oh, Vornathus, the Eternal Coil.
Yeah, that's why fucking Tyrone is grabbing him. He's like, listen to me, motherfucker.
In game.
The
Come on, this is life or death.
So you enter. You travel forward.
uh-huh.
As you enter the city, it does not take long. Is there anything you, the prisoners, would like to do before continuing?
Heads down, arms bound, fucking marching forward.
Do you want to bind your arms, like with something physical?
No.
Just like pretend.
I'm just gonna play pretend like Verax played pretend.
Okay.
Just basically try to look like I've given up as much as possible.
Roll me performance checks, please.
Performance checks isn't always or just
All of you. All of you. Yeah. All but you. Well, you know, maybe this wasn't the night for our boy to get 7 deep. He's crutching the campaign right now.
Literally, all of our
How does
lives
this keep
are
happening?
on your back.
Good to know.
Verax.
Good to know. And
19.
19.
Here, here's this knife covered in blood and the family slaughtered. Hide it.
Hey man, I just killed 10 people in this house. Here's the gun. It's your move.
And
And you're my alibi.
Your move.
He tries to spin it.
All right. Moving forward. Lock with me, brother. Lock with me. Dock with me.
I'm locked.
Roller, you gotta be here for this.
Vornathus, the Eternal Coil.
Shut up.
Vornathus.
He's
Not
just like
four.
muttering it as we're walking to camp. He's like, Vornathus, the
You
Eternal
begin to
Coil."
walk
He's stumbling around as he's going in.
into the city.
How many is there, do you think?
Lots.
More than Tyrone can
It
count?
does not take long. You begin to hear little whispers. However, your tongues have expired at this point. You do not understand what they seem to be saying.
I cast tongues again. And
What
I
is the
have no
duration?
spell slots.
What's the duration?
10 minutes.
I believe it's an hour.
I think it's an hour.
I can Google it faster than you can pull it up. Hold on.
Your fucking phone's in your pocket.
Sitting there like fucking Darth
You need your
Sidious,
tongue
bro.
out, bro.
Sitting there like
Hey.
Emperor
Hey,
Palpatine.
you're gonna need your phone out.
It is 1 hour.
I'm so
Lock in with me, alright? Lock in.
I'm a padlock right now. Call me Smith.
The whispers continue. And you do pick up on what they are saying.
I pick up.
The first whisper you hear is that? No, I think it is. The next, she's returned. Another,
She's not here.
why is the princess come back? These whispers continue as you make your way into the second breach of the city. The people begin to move out of your way. No one questions your arrival. There is lots of iconography and paintings of a serpent that slithers infinitely into itself, similar to that of an Ouroboros. As you continue your way,
We don't recognize that as anything that we saw in like Semi-Wonder stuff, do we?
no.
I don't think so. But double check it.
Yeah, no, of course. It shares similarities to like how they scribbled out the walls of the last temple, like the one on the other island.
Yeah.
Like in the art form, but
Right.
otherwise, no. It's just a similar.
But the ziggurat as like a whole, is its construction similar to that one?
As you begin to see it looming over way, it's similar in design, but there are some key features that even you're like, that doesn't make sense. It's very peculiar. More rigid, the construction of the black slate. It almost seems like it's built in a different time, almost. It's hard to put your finger on it, but there are looming differences that are causing you to question its efficacy, if you will. Like, where does it line up? How does it all fit together? Very similar to the weird black monolith that it was like, what the fuck?
Right.
After about 20 minutes of walking through the city, you finally reach the foot of it. Before you know, it is the Grand Ziggurat. For a moment, it is almost a beautiful sight to behold for all of you. Verax kind of hushing his muffles behind you, kind of like, oh, Jesus. Jesus doesn't exist in D&D, so he goes, oh, by the gods.
He says, oh, Tyrone.
By the lands of Ale Tyrann. It feels as though the sleek black obsidian exterior absorbs the light emanating that barely peeks through the stormy clouds. It cementers this structure as a giant focal point of the sky. So this is not an image of its color, but this is very, very similar to its physical construction.
Okay.
Cool.
Can I like zoom? Hello? There we go.
I walk up the steps.
So, now looking at this construction, the only thing that's different is this giant, like, triple-pronged stairwell seems to, like, dip into the building. These stairs don't exist at all. And this top pinnacle seems to be completely boxed off, like a solid object. There's no hole or entrance up here. Okay, so it exists in this structured, tiered format. But this giant box seems to be completely enclosed. There's no way to enter or exit. It seems to just be like the top of a pyramid, like a beautiful block. The townspeople orbit it, going about their day, and the beginning stairwell leading up is guarded by two Huanti. And these individuals are the ones.
Stop. Fucking stop.
Are fully serpentine from the waist below, with one of them is male, one of them is female. Humanoid upper half, similar to that of a gorgon. Their hair is natted, but yes. However, these are the ones that they both carry like priestess symbols. Like one has a dream catcher in its hand, very similar to when you met Nandur. And the other has like a little voodoo idol, and they both like stand arms crossed in front of the stairwell. They see you approach, and they like side-eye each other and look at you.
Take me to a private chambers.
Roll me a persuasion check at advantage, please.
Okay. 10.
10? Hooking it up. They look you up and down with kind of a scowl.
And I tell him, these smooth skins saved my life. Take me to a private chambers.
They look behind you.
Your sisters have been waiting for your return. Where have you been?
Away.
fun campaign.
I got Misty Step, bro. See you.
It's all three.
The
It's
female
over anyway.
seems to be interested in the conversation, but the male is the one addressing you. And they're both quite large, bigger than you. However, a smirk grows across his face. And he says,
I do not know how you learned our tongue, but you definitely have not learned how we truly communicate, you outsider.
I tell him.
Verax.
Do you wish to hear Do you wish to know what Vordathis would do if you turned away his daughter?
Once again, you hear the tension behind you.
You are not his daughter. You saw nothing of her ilk. And now you will die upon my blade.
Barak
As
said.
he unsheaths a blade, having his Dreamcatcher in his hand. Verax immediately jumps into action, as do the rest of you, and I would like everyone to roll initiative, as it's obvious that they have seen through your disguise.
17.
17.
Oh boy. 8.
8. Anyone higher than a 17?
14.
14.
18.
18.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. To keep you out. How many people are like immediately around us?
Just them.
Since it's
There's
literally-
townspeople around you.
Since it's literally been 3 fucking weeks, I can't remember
8?
who I gave
What?
What'd you say?
Vigilant Blessing.
8?
I had 17.
17. 8.
And I don't even think we had
14.
14.
I don't even think we had combat decision before that. 8.
There we go.
So it's been like, because I have advantage for somebody, but I don't remember who the fuck I gave it to.
It was one of those two.
How long does
You
it
know
last?
mine.
Well, because
Until they use
Molnir wouldn't. I don't
It
think
was
Molnir
him.
would take it.
What?
It was him.
What did I
It's
do?
always Vigilant Blessing.
You have
It's been
advantage
4
on-
weeks since I gave it to you, so I couldn't remember if I actually.
Oh, it was me. Yeah, you gave it to me.
So you have
twice.
advantage
Do I have
on-
it again?
Yeah.
I mean, 18's pretty good.
You're literally the only guy who ever.
I rolled 17. That's hilarious.
You're literally the only guy who fucking takes it. So.
Well, I roll like dog shit on
Well, I
this
think
shit every time.
Molnir honestly would be like, I don't want your blessing. My God is real. So I think that like a canonical. It's not that Mason doesn't want it, but I don't think Molnir would take it. And I'm sorry to be a stickler about it.
I just give you shit about it.
No, I know.
Gonna give me
Totally unrelated.
Holger's back in action, baby. Let's get it. So back.
He's got that Trump stance. Leaning forward.
I mean, that's
You
how
know, I'm
his-
gonna be real, bro. You played the part really well. I think. I do. I think you played the part really
I do
fucking well.
well. He's got the fucking.
I mean, that's how his character was before. It's like perfectly centered on it.
Yeah.
I tried. God damn it!
You did good.
No,
Okay.
you did good.
It's lined up. Damn it! I think there is still some shit on there from the milliput that I tried to use earlier for what I had as an idea, but we can take that off.
As you look around, there are townspeople that have kind of orated around you, curious on what seems to be undeveloping. But in terms of armed individuals that are like outside of the civilized member of society, seems to be just these 2 people at this moment, guarding the entrance to the ziggurat. As initiative starts,
I'm gonna try. Trust me, that was my first thought too.
Because the lady believed me, but the dude didn't. Correct?
the
The lady didn't openly disagree with me.
Yeah.
But the guy did.
But she did seem entertained, so I'm assuming he probably did. Or in the conversation. I don't know if maybe she was just like, man, look at this shit. Honey dip it.
straight in.
That was only the 19.
The female goes first, seeing her a compatriot draw her blade, does not hesitate. Draws her blade and immediately travels forward and attempts to constrict you. The dirty 20. Luckily not a crit. You take 9 bludgeoning damage and you're grappled. As well as restrained.
Does my disguise fucking fall off?
I technically don't think so.
No.
It's not concentration, so shouldn't. It will then try to shank you with its scimitar while you're within its grasp.
Fuck you, Verax.
What did Verax do this time?
What is your AC?
15.
Luckily, this doesn't do much at all, but it's fine. 5. You take 8 additional slashing damage. As after it now has constrained you, under orders of you being outed as an outsider, will end its turn. And next up in the initiative order is T for Tyrone.
I got a couple rules questions for you.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Alright.
Can I suggest something that's already attacked us?
I believe so. Suggest specifically, yeah. But let me look into it.
I suggest you
Like suggestion, the spell.
I suggest you
Suggestions.
dangle, get the fuck out of here.
I suggest
Not. I'm
you
not just
start
gonna talk
pranking.
to him. I'm gonna fucking cast a spell.
Creatures that can't be charmed or immune. You can't make it hurt itself.
No.
But yeah, you can suggest. You can say get down to someone in combat, and they would go. Ugh!
Okay.
You suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or two that magically influences a creature you can see within range that can hear and understand you. The creature that can't be charmed or immune to this effect. The section must be worded in such a manner that makes the course of action sound reasonable. Asking the creature to stab itself, throw itself onto a spear, immolate itself, or do some other obvious harmful act will end the spell. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. Yeah, no, there's no reason you couldn't.
I suggest you leave.
I would like to suggest the guy that has my buddy Rolger grappled,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'd like to twin the spell. I don't know if that's possible. To the other one.
Google that.
Honestly, if this gets us out of combat, I'm gonna fucking-
No, I'm just saying.
It, I think twin spells only on things.
It's a single
Now,
target.
now, wait a minute.
Single target spell.
I'm just gonna. Can I twin suggest, bro?
I know.
No, this is good.
I'm asking rules questions. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
a
this
spellcaster.
one can get us out of combat.
Welcome back, boys.
We're so back.
The broken bottles have returned.
This time we're not going scorched earth. It's crazy. Not yet, anyway.
We tried not to go scorched earth on Julian, and then it just fucking fell apart right
Yeah.
before our very eyes.
I stabbed that dude in the throat.
You killed him dead. You killed him dead.
You shoved
He's
his
like,
Yeah, we definitely was. We didn't
shoved
go
it
scorched
through his
earth
mouth
on
and the back of his skull.
Guerrera. Everyone else went scorched earth.
That's
on
true.
Guerrera.
We were very
We
tactical
were
with
innocent
Guerrero.
bystanders with Guerrera.
we did commit a political coup.
Twice.
2 times, indeed.
We overthrew,
I
overthrew
don't-
the seat and then overthrew the
I
successor
immediately
seat.
wanted to make the ruling that you can, and I don't see anything suggesting otherwise.
I looked in twin spell. It doesn't
No,
say
it-
anything
it-
that I couldn't.
It is a spell that has a target of one person.
Yes.
So
That's crazy, bro. Holy shit.
it doesn't say anything that it needs to roll attack or hit. So
Dude, there's times where
before
can
I roll
can
their
push that
saves,
luck point.
I will tell you right now, I'm going to roll man first, woman second. Woman is the one constricting. What are you commanding them to do?
Apologize. First things first. Apologize to my fucking homeboy.
All right, what we're going to do is we're going to leave that part out because when they complete the suggestion, the spell ends.
No, I'm saying multiple.
Oh, I know. You don't get a left on a grocery list. What do you want them to do?
Take us to her private chambers and return your post for the rest of the duration of the spell.
That's an understandable request.
And apologize somewhere in there. You
Apologize.
can slide that one in.
Apologize.
However you like.
Have you even said thank you?
Have you even said thank you, Mr. Zelensky?
Wisdom, huh?
Wisdom saving throw.
That
Okay.
can't be very wise. Come on, please don't be.
I fucking
Snakes
hope they're
are-
not.
Well, actually,
Jesus.
That guy
Man
straight up
first.
Said, oh, the princess? You're not the real princess. And then attacked me.
Yeah. He rolled either high on insight or has a really good plus to insight.
And woman second.
Brady confirmed sexist.
Okay. Brady confirmed sexist. Now wait a minute.
Making women go last.
Okay. How does this happen? Okay.
How does this happen? He killed him?
They both fall over dead. From a suggestion.
Bro's like,
I suggest your heart stops.
how do you want to do this?
How do you want to do this?
I suggest your hearts.
I suggest you go eat a lot of greasy food.
You reveal your hands, right, from your fainted incarceration.
Oh.
Immediately focusing upon whatever conduit of your arcane energy you chose for today, whether it be the wand, staff, or your original arcane focus, casting the spell. You see the one currently constricting Rolger shake off the effect. However, the other one's eyes glaze over and goes right away and begins to ascend the staircase. Follow me, it says behind him, as it continues up. The one constricting Rolger lifts his head and goes, "Where are you going?" In utter confusion.
And I say, the coil will kill you.
That's what happens.
Tyrone is fucking like, shit.
One of
Guys,
us.
I fucking tried. I really did.
Now you got half of it. I mean,
Right away, follow me.
I would love to see that guy's face when the other one just fucking turns and burns, and he's like,
This is the guy who literally said "fuck you."
The guy's like,
the guy.
The guy's like, hey, fuck you. And she's like, okay, I guess
She's
we're
like,
doing this. And,
yeah,
and
okay.
then immediately he's just like, yeah, dude, follow me.
I want to see his face.
What
so
would
bad.
you like to do with the rest of
Well,
the turn?
my guy.
As he obviously it's not his turn, he has to take this action on his turn. But moving forward, he is under the effects of that spell, and his full intention is to ascend the stairwell. It's not his turn; he can't use that action movement, but he's going to do that.
Let it be known that I think the idea was pretty simple.
it was really good,
I-
and it almost worked.
Vanish.
God, I can't really fucking do much right now. I'm gonna be real. I used. I used a spell, a twin spell, or yeah, twin
Well,
spell.
maybe let this play out.
I mean, I don't think he's gonna stop. He thinks he saw through your
He's
disguise.
not
He
gonna
thinks
stop.
you're a
Maybe
fake and a
she'll
fraud.
stop.
She's not gonna stop.
You don't know that.
The lady going up the stairs?
No, it's the guy going up
The
the
lady
stairs.
holding me, the one that
The lady is holding it.
Oh, the
one
lady's
that
whole. Okay.
didn't disagree with me at first.
I had him backwards. I thought the guy grabbed you.
No.
This dude. Oh my god,
Oh my
this is fucking
yes.
hilarious. Anyway, where's Thorn?
Thorn is not with us
He left.
anymore.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
I told you.
Don't worry, he's gone. Honestly, good on him. Fucking good on him
Yeah,
now.
that decision is looking a lot.
Now that I'm here now, good fucking on him.
Well, good on him, but I hope he died just like the last guy.
I hope he doesn't, but someone has to take care of our lizards.
Hey,
while
free
we're
Strider, bro.
away.
Says Calfane, the guy who's supposed to be religious and sanctify
Hey,
all life.
Ben ain't fucking religious. Calvane is.
What do you
I
do?
will stand like next to Molnir.
I can pull up a grid. Sorry.
I don't really care. I'll
No,
stand.
I mean, it's fine for right now. We're all within confined, like it's confined space. Like I'm probably 15 feet away, 10 feet away.
You're like 10 feet. On the
5,
right
10.
hand barracks. I'll stand like in between Molnir barracks or next to barracks.
Well, I think I'm next. Should I just fucking attack this lady?
So you're gonna go here?
I have no fucking idea what to do now. I don't know. I tried, dude. I did.
I've got an idea. Probably not a great idea. All I can think of is how to get rid of her for a little while.
Yeah.
And I have a couple ideas on how to get rid of her
Yeah.
for a little while.
But it's like, then when she comes back, she's gonna be like, oh, they went inside.
Yeah, what's gonna happen then?
And if I just fucking, that's gonna draw a lot of attention.
Yeah. That's what I'm.
The thing
That's
is
what I'm
the
fucking
towns-
scared about, dude. I
The
don't have
townspeople
no
are
idea.
watching us right now.
Yeah, and it's like, had the suggestion just fucking outright worked, we're golden, dude. We're not golden, but we're
They're probably like, what the fuck
Doing
are you
a little
doing?
better.
Okay.
No, I love that one just went. All right.
I have all my D8s right here. I have the loaded gun. I have a loaded gun in front of me. I have that, yeah.
What do I do, guys? I don't fucking know.
Do I attack? Let me know. The level 3rd Divine Smite.
All right. Is that the end of your turn? Sorry.
I was gonna step up next to Verax, and that's it.
Okay. Mjolnir, man.
Where are you going,
What do you want to do, buddy?
brother? You gave it a good.
I'm going to
That was a good attempt. So.
I would've
walk
said
up
exactly what you
to
said.
the Lady
Sorry,
Snake
No, you're good, bro. The dice do what the dice do.
and say, unhand the princess now. And that's the end of my turn.
Really? You're just gonna okay?
I like it.
Roll me a persuasion check. If that's your intention.
Fucking like it.
I suggest you follow
What
suit,
point?
bitch.
Hang on.
Fine. He said the thing. I did the thing. He said the thing.
He said
Persuasion?
Minecraft movie and
Persuasion.
19.
It seems to be confused, but does not let go.
Have you seen that? shit?
Seems to be confident in its assertion of what is happening right now.
Listen,
Yeah.
I can ascertain
You're talking
that's
about
a
the-
smelly ass bitch. Yeah,
Like
you
the
fucking
Grinch
got
Lord
it.
Guy.
I can ascertain that you're gonna smell my
Are you
feet.
talking about the Grinch Lord guy? It's
I can ascertain that my balls are gonna be on
No,
your
I
forehead
mean, like, it's
when
in
you're
the
dead.
movie.
Why is this like
I'm
this?
not.
I'm trying to pull up a grid for you guys.
Someone was filming it in the theater, and he was like,
Oh, when he's giving the speech and they do the.
they do that.
Oh
Yeah.
god, I saw.
Why is it doing this, bro?
Not good. Not good.
They've murdered the game that I love. How could they do this?
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey.
Someone said that half the movie is just Jack Black announcing the titles of things. He's like Flint and Steel, Chicken Jockey, Diamond Armor,
Well, it's not
Water
perfect,
Bucket,
but
Jesus Christ.
this is the
Pigman.
way this is if you need a visual representation of the grid. Not that it really matters for the point.
I'd be next to Rolger. So I
15.
walked like straight up to her.
Yeah, you're right. All right, next up in initial order is Rolger.
I have fucking no idea. You're gonna do.
I try to summon my inner sassy queen, and I
You
say,
can break free of the grapple too.
"Unhand me, heathen," or I just say, "Unhand me, heathen," as I try to break the grapple. Can I do that? Or is that 2 actions?
Kind of two.
I'll give her the unhand me heathen.
Okay, roll me persuasion check. As you guys are all
I need
kind
to-
of.
We're just master gaslighters.
We are at this point.
We're just like, dude,
24. I can tell you that one.
damn.
Brady. Oh, come on. Don't do that. Come on, roll bad, Brady. Come on.
Gaslight.
Come on, Brady. Roll bad.
These are the ones that killed the guy with 23 AC. I think we're cooked.
I just want you to know that you chose my dice for the night.
Kill yourself.
Did
You just roll a nat 20.
My 4th one in a row. All right.
Cause problems.
That could cause problems. She seems to be able to see through.
Question:
He rolled a 24.
Is her nat 20 higher than a 24?
Doesn't matter. It's a natural success.
Yes, but what is her plus?
Dude, but his is way better than natural success. It's literally above it.
What is her plus?
Literally.
And why do you care?
Because I rolled a 19, which is a 24, and she rolled a nat 20.
Yeah.
Now, I'm curious if my number beat her number, if she was to add her bonus.
You can't know the stats.
The nice thing is, what's really cool is,
You don't have to tell me, obviously.
but
I am curious. Because I am fucked! And I am curious.
Brady, these dice are banned.
Again,
I didn't know
Verax handed me a gun with the serial number shaved off, and he just shot an orphanage. So,
what stat
I wanna
is insight based off? Is it wisdom? She has a +1.
So I rolled higher.
Yeah.
Good to know.
The same way that if you roll
So,
a
but I
natural-
failed.
You did fail.
Okay, cool. Let's see where this goes.
She simply doesn't respond because it's not her turn, so.
I have a feeling it's not actually cool.
Hey, do you have those sticky
Great.
notes?
Cow Fang.
I guess sticky note.
Yeah, I got 100 of them. You want a sticky note or a notepad? Or
It's a sticky note. Thank you.
Pens?
Yeah.
Honestly, at this point, since the whole town is already seeing us throw hands with this whole crowd,
We haven't thrown any hands.
you did stop pretending to be restrained to go like.
Those motherfuckers don't care. I'm with the princess, dude.
What do you want to do, Cow Fang?
All I'm saying is that even if all the townspeople saw me fucking use my hands or whatever, if those two people turned and walked up the stairs, we'd be in the clear.
Y'all, dude, I just want you to know. So close.
So close.
Don't let Brady use these dice. Honestly, probably a good call. Dude. I have not used them since Arizona's
I didn't know, and then you're like, no, that is
How close?
cheating.
Real close?
All right,
Real spicy.
I'm gonna try something a little bit risky.
Brady.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Mislead at 5th level.
Mislead. I gotta look this up, baby.
Mislead this, bitch!
It's the one where I become invisible and there's a copy of me that just runs in a random direction.
Okay.
I'm gonna have.
You're doing just dumb shit now.
I'm gonna have.
All caution has gone out the window.
I'm gonna have my copy
Listen, our
pretend
ideas.
to break the cuffs and just be like, and then run in a direction,
Okay. What direction?
Our ideas have
like towards the exit.
All right, and you do that. You disappear from sight as a ethereal form takes your place. It looks around and runs the way you came.
I was hoping like.
We all watched Calfe and just fucking turn.
You literally all watch Calfe go, I'm fucking out of here, and leave. It runs away.
Okay.
There are multiple bystanders that see this happening, including the thing constricting you as it watches you leave.
Can me and the snake let out an audible laugh?
An audible laugh. It fucking disappears. You are invisible and you have movement.
Yeah, I do.
So what do you want to do with that movement? The door to the ziggurats over here. I know I didn't think you guys were gonna be in this predicament.
You know me. We should have, but here we are.
The door to the ziggurats up the stairs, and then your clone is running that way, due
He
west.
had to persuade them at advantage. He rolled a 5 and a 1. That's why his persuasion was a 10. He was a 5 and a 1.
I need to set up a blank battle sheet to do this with you guys. I'm sorry, I should have had that
This
stuff
is the
kinda-
blank battle sheet. What do you mean?
Yeah, but a little easier to read.
It's fine.
I'll do that.
Okay. You go there, man. That's fine. Next up is
Me.
who said that? Was that you?
Yeah.
First off, no. Second off, that sounded like it was coming from my walls, and it scared the shit out of me. All I heard was,
The snake
Oh,
got suggested.
Can I have my
I'm
dice over
sorry.
there? Can I have my dice that you fucking launched over there for no
No, you
reason?
can't.
Pussy bitch, pussy.
We're all.
it just does that,
Cool.
and ends its turn. It just slithers up the stairs,
Dude,
Tyrone is still like,
and it ends its fucking turn. Next in the initiative order is Verax.
I haven't.
Oh, Verax.
Verax? Just fucking get rid of him, please. Do something. Do fucking anything,
My
Verax.
copy's just gonna run.
I tried to persuade her.
And I'm just gonna go up to the. I'm gonna follow him.
Yeah, might as well.
Hmm.
Might as well.
Hmm. Fuck, bro.
Dying in this fucking jungle.
Wait, why is his save DC so high? I made this character, I should know, but I've already forgotten. That's not important. What is important is he actually gonna do this?
Barrett's just gonna fucking pull this lady up.
Oh, you guys have put him in a bind.
We put him in a bind, really? We put Verax in a bind?
Me and Verge are having words after this.
I tooted when I laughed. That's how funny that happened. Oh, man.
Porter is upset with Verge.
Alright, hold on. I gotta read something.
I quite literally said, oh, before any of this happened. Your plan is just for me to go in. That's your plan.
Calm.
And he said, I don't know. And then we get there, and he goes, hey, go do something.
He's doing it.
God.
Varix walks up.
Verax should be smarter than this. He's literally like 3,000 years old.
Varix walks up. He pulls his book out. You know, as it immediately flutters through page to a page he wants automatically, and he puts his hand on it and then touches the creature. Here's the fucking open, because he's... Oh.
Verax.
All right. Okay.
Was that a good K or a bad K?
I need to make sure. As he places his hand on the creature, it completely turns to stone.
Thank you.
It begins to try to wither away and like slither out of its own skin as it begins to begin to completely encase itself in a statue of itself. He turns to you all and immediately says, "It will only last for so long. Into the situation now!" And he will move,
Alright, we go
he will
up.
move his 20 feet that he has left. 5, 10, 15, 20. That's all he has left.
Does he know that I'm there?
No. He literally went, "I'm out of here."
I have, so as far as he knows, I was just like, fuck y'all, I'm out.
Everyone thinks that. Literally all 5 of them, or all 4 of them. So it is considered restrained until the end of its, well, it makes a save at the end of all of its turns or until the concentration ends. Oh. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that. I should have read the rest of the spell. Well, that's bummer. That's gone now. Whatever. Anyway, that's the end of Eric's turn. Next in the initiative order is that speaker, and it's going to make a save to free itself. Oh! Dude, this spell was so good. Damn. It has to make the save 3 times before it can even attempt to escape.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
What's the spell save?
18. It doesn't succeed. It remains stone. It's the end of its turn. T for Tyrone.
Tyrone turns and looks at Calvin and just goes,
Hang on,
okay.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So if that thing got turned to stone
This is
and
the
it was
second time
grappling
I've fallen
Boulder,
for this.
For purposes of
I mean,
rules,
Tyrone's-
he can move.
the gears are
Okay.
turning. He's like, I fucking have seen some weird shit like
because
that.
like in my head it's like coiled around him and
Yeah.
it turns to stone. He's like,
It
what the
is.
fuck, Verax?
It is coiled around him by all means and purposes, but for purposes of like that would be very difficult to balance around and like kind of advocate for that portion of it to be like, oh yeah, you're fucking also stoned forever.
You've seen
Sorry.
this spell before?
So
What?
The stone spell? Can you like fucking knock their head off and they're just dead
Yeah.
immediately?
what do you want to do, big man?
I have a choice. I have that spell. Like, can have that spell.
Yeah.
But you can lop its head up.
Yeah, if you
parts
like
that you
literally
break-
chiseled its head off, when the spell wore off, it would just be dead. Its head would be gone. He told me about
If
it.
that's the same
If that's the
spell.
same spell. That's what...
The
What
spell
is
that
Tyrone
the beholder
doing?
did to me. is
Tyrone's
that-
fucking going up the stairs, dude. There's no question what Tyrone's doing. He's fucking marching right behind that. That bitch, and with Verax.
Why are you so fucking backhead?
Got wings, bro.
Is that the end of your turn?
What else do you want me to do, Alrighty, huh?
Is that the end of your turn?
It's honey dipping the bottom.
I couldn't get the dice. How long do we got? Is what I say to Verax as I just fucking march up the stairs behind him.
It's not a start. It's fine.
That's what I'm gonna ask.
You would, as a mage caster, assume that a spell of that gravity probably doesn't last very long. Because that's some crazy shit that he just did. You would think. But who knows?
Okay, well, I'm not going to.
Because
I'm not gonna blow him
a
up
big thing.
or anything. So yeah, that's just fucking it. I
Dude, he's
guess.
gotta keep the mysterious.
Milner.
Dash. Go. Run!
10, 15, 20, 21, 30. Would you like to stay trow with Verax? Or would you have liked to dash?
Oh no, I'm staying right. I'm glued to that
You
old man's
okay,
head.
buddy?
Ogre.
Can I break the grapple of this stone?
It doesn't exist anymore.
I take a finger with me. And I walk up the stairs.
You literally? Sure. You walk around, and I hear, and you all hear Roller say out under his breath, "Calvin's a coward."
I take a finger and
what
I
a
fucking
bitch.
as far as I can.
Sure. Next up in initial is Calvin.
I whisper in his ear. And then I run past him.
Yeah, move as far as you'd like.
So this would be, so that's 5, and then this would be...
Wait, I would know what he's doing because he's done this
Or
before.
20.
You might imagine.
You might.
Yeah, 15, I think. 5,
So
10,
5,
15, or 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. There you go.
I was the one standing next to him when he did this last time.
Next up in initiative order would be the speaker.
And
So,
I
for
am
purposes of this, it continues its ascent as the creature will make its second save. It remains in stone, and for purposes of me being able to tell the story, you guys leave initiative order. As the second serpent takes you to the mouth of the ziggurat. A giant tube, as you make your way up your step, can be seen. The homes behind you immediately grow smaller. As you're not like walking like this. You are ascending.
Are there
steeply?
people behind us?
Not that you see approaching you.
Not like approaching, but like at the base.
There are people around, but not to the extent where they like were all in tune with what just occurred. There was a large shouting argument. Some shit happened. One of them just started walking away, and the other one turned into a statue. So
Can we see
I
from
imagine
the
people are
stairs-
probably confused.
Can we see from the stairs the other Calphane just like...
at this point, 2 full turns, you're gone, bro. You've moved fucking like what, 200 feet, 60, 120, 180 feet. Yeah. So no, you're fucking out of there.
Is there like... Can we see people running like in the direction that he ran?
No. As you ascend the steps, a looming arc ahead begins to come close. It can only be described as a tunnel traveling 25 feet into the heart of the structure. The steps dissipate, and you find yourself on a shelved clearing. To both your left and your right, you see patrolling guards circling around, though they don't seem to pay you any guard as you have an armed escort. As you enter the structure, immediately, the rain dampens. And finally, for a moment, you find yourself in a reprieve. You walk through this tunneled structure, all black slate, beautifully constructed, each tile flush with the other. Almost no gaps or mortar to be seen. As if 2 pieces of panes of glass were surgically placed against each other, constructing the entire building. As the serpent walks ahead of all of you into a first corridor and hooks a left, Verax grabs your shoulder, who's near your shoulder, and like grabs both of you.
Okay.
And he turns around and goes, "Wait a moment." And he will begin studying the floor. "Buy me some time. Keep whatever it is busy." as he begins to study the entrance of the orifice that you entered.
Should I stay with Vera? I don't want fucking Vera to be left alone.
What do you want to do?
I'll keep going with the big lizard.
You keep going. You keep going. Also, Vera.
So-
I can stay with you. It's not that big.
Since I'm invisible, can I just kind of stop and look down at what he's doing?
Actually, as we're before,
Yeah, if you wanna watch what he's doing, sure.
Hang on. I gotta read something.
Sorry, he hooked a right.
You said left.
Yeah. Let me pull up the map. I didn't have it up, but I'm just gonna pull it.
Oh, never mind.
And I'll just tell you where he went, because I'm being fucking dumb. I'll be able to tell you right now. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll...
Oh, I'm gonna stay with Tyrone and Verax. I feel like that's...
He hooked...
I just don't want him to be fucking left alone.
He hooked a right.
Verax.
Oh, well,
they could be... Dude, he's literally... owns the ziggurat. That's who he is right now.
Ziggurat.
You have an armed guard, and you literally
Ziggurat's
own the ziggurat.
very nice.
Very
Yes,
nice.
yes.
Very nice ziggurat. I like the stone.
So now that you guys are going to be able to see what I'm going to do,
I mean,
I am going to
Such stone.
the
sort
ziggurat
of
needs more bodies
let
to
you guys
fall down the
decide how you
stairs.
want to go forward here.
My way.
Okay.
My way.
Doing to clear the floor.
You
Nice.
can, if you want, I'm going to
Okay.
drag something up there right now.
There needs to be more sacrifices at the ziggurat.
For
There you guys go. You guys are in this room. And it walked in and hooked a right and has gone under this curtain. It's not an actual doorway. It's literally a fucking, like, curtain tapestry.
I'm gonna follow.
You to follow it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And what are you doing? You're watching Verax.
No.
You're gonna hang back.
Are you still invisible?
Yes.
Fucking Christ. I want
I'm also
Tyrone to
gonna
know
hang
where he's
back
at so we
with
can
Verax.
suggest
the case-
things to him.
This is gonna be a thing. All right.
Well, Volker was like, fucking bitch.
I don't know.
I didn't say that.
I also
He said
feel like
that.
Oh, okay.
because I don't want any of us to be caught alone without you because you're the fucking.
Well,
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know.
Verax
For that.
continues to fuddle with some inscriptions on the wall. He mutters to himself, "I recognize his construction."
Oh,
However, during this time, that doesn't matter. We're gonna go to you. He goes through this passage.
as you walk
here.
away, I just say, "Come back for us when you fucking get wherever."
He goes through this passage here.
How many people like are around? Like, is there a fucking
You
temple?
haven't seen one yet.
We haven't seen one.
Nope.
I thought you said there was like
On the outside.
Oh.
You entered like a shelved, tiered, like. That's what a shelved fucking like
Right.
on the ziggurat, like the
Right.
flat spot that's outside, and then immediately went into this giant arc tunnel that traveled for like 25 feet.
Okay.
There's a lot going on. I get it. There's a lot of like,
Okay.
whoa, what the shit's happening? So
I thought those guys were on the inside. My bad.
No, you're Gucci. It travels this way. You see another open doorway to your left where you actually peer in and you see some bowl of some type, as reflected on the map. Continuing forward, a door opens.
Does that bowl have anything special about it? Or
You don't have the time to even discern anything about it as you were just walking, unless you want to drop behind him. You literally like, oh, that's what's in that room, because you are walking with him. This is just what you would visually see on that path you're taking. As this gentleman has taken you in. Yeah, that's fine. Watch.
You said that.
What?
Barracks puzzle with this door,
Yeah.
and you see him finally find a small
It was
lip
like, oh, you said that about him?
to place his hand.
That was like
What?
third or fourth
Okay,
section.
you're about to fucking blow my mind.
I swear to
Come
God,
on,
it was
dude.
real early in
And he pulls something back, and a giant palisade stone wall slams shut from the way you came in, blocking all entry.
I love this old man. I fucking Tyrone immediately slaps him on the ass.
Can you say it again?
Doesn't do that.
he closed the front door.
He closed the door behind us. He's like, oh, I've seen some weird shit like this before. And then he like fucking felt around a little bit and found like a little...
So as of this moment, it's safe to assume no one can follow you into this entrance.
But that snake guy is supposed to return with
I
the
will.
post.
Okay, I'm gonna act like I don't know that because I don't know that.
You don't know that.
Far ahead. So.
Yeah.
Well,
you
you
hear a large
We'll figure that out.
as dust settles behind you.
I would have no idea.
I have...
what the fuck that is.
I actually don't know what's gonna happen.
Okay, I
Because
think
that
that
would be
be
the door that's coming from this way, right?
It's just gonna
Right
be
here.
like,
Oh, right there. Okay.
This is another curtain that leads offward.
Okay.
I was gonna keep following.
However,
You enter this room, and you see in this room.
you have a commotion begin to louden as you get near this room that you've just found yourself in. And as you now enter, it's obvious it's a form of speech. I'd say that you are within the hour of your casting of tongues. The room is large, small culverts in the room containing candles. 4 Wanti of different types populate this room. They don't seem to be on guard and are perplexed by your entry. The room contains tables and is filled with sparse food. The room you 3 find yourself in is an immediate similarity to that of the obelisk, and you would remember this as your entrance, right? On the other island. Slate black walls, once beautiful with intricacies and carved murals, have been scratched and scraped away, now covered with tribal paintings of Wanti and their exploits. The room has several pillars breaking up the floor, each with very ornate braziers illuminating the path ahead, left and right. So back to your room.
Can I try really hard to remember my route I'm taking?
You took a
case-
singular hallway, so yeah, you would know.
In case it starts getting more fucking. or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. He stops in this room.
No, he doesn't. Oh shit.
And turns to you. And you watch as the glaze of his eyes begins to fade as he brushes past you, making his return.
I'm going to follow him back.
Don't worry. It leaves. In this room, there is an exit here. Oh, fuck, you can't see it. You know what? You guys aren't in combat, so I'm just going to move the map freely. Is that cool with you guys? All right, cool. Because, like, obviously you're, like, where you are isn't going to be right, but, you know, who cares, right? So,
This guy's gone.
yeah, he's returning back to where you guys are in this room, but you'll see him later. Exit here, open doorway, just an arch. Exit here, open archway, curtain to another hallway. Use. In the room is 4 Wanti. One of them is the same kind that just walked you into the room. It has a voodoo tied thing up its arm. 2 of them are the Malicens. So one of them has big anaconda arms, and the other one just has a head. Or no, this one is mostly human.
Okay.
Like
Me, human?
But it's like shoulders up is fully snake.
Oh, it's the Cobra guy?
Yeah.
The one that I was running from in the jungle and I turned and fucking
Yes.
clotheslined him with a sword?
Then, so there's 2 of them. Well, okay. Shoulder up,
2 Cobras.
one with anaconda cobras.
Anaconda arm.
Yeah.
Big fucking this guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
The cobras
I
are
love
different in some
this guy.
descent.
Yeah.
But otherwise,
Gun.
that's what's in there. The stat blocks aren't incredibly important.
Have they... Obviously they're looking at me. by
Yeah,
this point.
they've seen you enter. One of them is perplexed. He watches that guy enter and leave. 2 of them kind of like, and then the more abomination, the giant flat-headed like fucking cobra, like really fucked up one. That's like almost fully roided out or fully like fucking transformed and weird. Gets to a knee. And he's like, I did not expect you to return. Your sister is waiting for you in her chamber.
She can wait.
Of course.
And I am going to look at the other 3 with like a fucking mean girl look.
Okay.
And then I'm going to turn around and I'm going to audibly say, ah shit. Because Roller knows that wall's closed and that dude can't return to his post. But Rolger doesn't know that and he's going to walk back towards his friends.
Okay. You turn around and you begin to leave. And there's a voice. Did we do something wrong? You've just arrived.
I just said no.
Roll me a deception check, please.
Ah, shit.
Roll it at super advantage, actually.
Yeah, you can roll 7 times and take the highest number.
Is a disadvantage just
No, you're good.
or
Super advantage.
normal
Roll,
roll.
until you get a 15 or above.
It's really bad.
It's not good. It doesn't mean bad thing though. Did we do something wrong? And I said no. I could be like, yeah, you did, bitch.
Okay, well.
9.
Good to know. You don't really even get to see the response because you're like, no, and then you walk away.
Like a sassy teen.
think so.
However,
You're playing the part. dude.
It does have, right, like a slight advantage that distance-wise on you, so it's going to take you some time to catch up. But you guys are here, and it does enter as it's slithering through these walls. As you're just here and you begin walking back.
it comes back, it brushes past you guys, and then gets up to the wall and like looks at it.
I say, dude, should we let this fucking guy out your ass?
He looks at you and goes, I don't know how to open it.
Okay.
Fair enough.
I look at.
I don't have to kill this dude.
I start slowly pulling my sword.
Man.
I'm like, Verax, should we?
Bro, he does not have an answer for any of you. He literally was like, I did this. And then it came back, and he was like,
Tyrone?
And you see it puzzling on the wall, and as it does, it kind of slithers back, and its movement instantly becomes more erratic. As instead of these fluid, like, going to day-to-day muscle memory, now it's, like, panicked. And it looks at the wall, and it turns around and looks where it's at and begins to freak out. And it turns and sees you all, and you will need to roll initiative. As you are now going back into combat.
Dude, I was gonna suggest it again, fucking immediately.
If you would want to initiate, you're more than welcome.
Rolling or no?
Not yet. Roll for me now.
Dude.
But when you enter... Actually, yeah, I'll just use you in initiative order, because that way it will make more sense for purposes.
15.
15.
It comes back into the room and is like, holy shit!
Alright.
How did I get here?
Does anyone have higher than a 15?
No.
18.
18. And it... 18. A 15. And that's for speaker. Calvin.
Christ, dude.
Wolger. And below 15.
10.
10?
5.
5. I'm gonna go for Verax.
Dude, back to rolling fucking dog water for initiative. Let's fucking go.
Back to the honey dip, dude. You guys gotta start honey dipping over there.
Dude, honey dipping is what got me into this mess, okay?
Honey dip means my rolls are good.
Alright.
When you guys honey dip, my rolls are good.
With a natural 20,
Oh, of course, Brady.
the speaker will
I
go
honey
first.
dipped and got a 1, so what the fuck do you say about that?
I'm gonna get a 20. Watch this shit. Watch this shit, pal. You see all these D8s? You see this? You see this? This is a whole thing of D8s. I'm about to just turn it over. I'm about to go crazy.
It is very obviously concerned. By the way, it's brushed past, kind of pushed you guys out of the way, and now finds itself in this corner, because that is how it ended the spell. It's kind of fucked. As it walked up to this, like, 8 feet opening, and there was nowhere to go. Yeah, I mean, it's so confused how it got
Do you
there.
have a thing that, like, fucks its advantage up? Like, puts it at disadvantage for rules, or does some weird shit?
You might be thinking of Bane.
Oh, yeah, Bane. What does Bane do?
1d4 minus to all of its
Oh,
rolls,
yeah.
essentially.
I mean, we have like
All the saving
quadruple
throws.
advantage right now. I can hack and slash.
We can hack and slash.
What do you mean
No,
you have
but then we a
quadruple
dead body
advantage?
to deal with.
What?
What the fuck does quadruple advantage mean?
We're surrounding it. Like
You're on one side of it. Roll your eyes harder. I can actually hear your numbers getting subtracted
Hold
after
on.
they're rolled.
I'm on one side, and he's on the other side.
Whoa, yeah. Hang on.
Actually, you seem to all be on one cardinal direction, actually.
yeah, but I'm on one
Cardinal
side.
this. I divine smite.
Yeah, okay. Well, he's gonna crit.
I mean, probably with the way.
I need... It turns around, and it dangles. It's like... This was the one with the, Dreamcatcher.
Yeah.
It holds it in front of its eyes, and it hisses very loudly. As its jaw, like, unhinges, similar to that of a snake. and this perfuming scream emanates from within. I need everyone to make wisdom saving throw, please.
Within 10 feet of me.
Everyone gets +3, including Verge. Right? Everyone is. Yeah, there's no fucking way.
You're not nearby.
I know.
It doesn't matter.
He doesn't even need to make
I
it.
rolled for it. And this is what I rolled.
16.
16.
28.
12.
Because you have a +12.
As you now see that the scream wasn't actually
saving
audible. You don't hear anything. It was a magical imbuement. And you are feared. Nothing happens to you.
I'm so fucking afraid of this piece of shit, dude.
That's the end of its turn, as it doesn't know where to go. It can't move. Calfan.
Does that count as making an attack against a target other than me?
Nope.
Okay.
It's not an attack.
Didn't think so. Just wanted to ask. I like to use my reaction anyways. Fuck this guy.
At all. 3.
So what was the last attack? It was like a sound-based thing, right?
It casted a spell.
Where's the last spellcaster did that? That was someone mine.
This is just beyond derailed. Like fucking.
Dude, how? Let me ask you this, Brady.
Broken bottle
How was it
special.
supposed to go?
You had such a good idea going into this. Way better than I designed.
We had a great idea.
We had a great idea.
And
Rolled
then
like shit.
And then
he
you rolled
rolled
a
1,
1,
5, and a
5.
1, and then it was over.
Whenever we
It
go
just
scorched
fucking
earth,
was
it's
over.
20s. It's 20s.
Yeah.
When we're like, yeah, let's kill everything. He crits. I don't crit. He'll crit. But we're still doing numbers.
Alright, I'm gonna throw. Well, I guess it's like melee range. Never mind. I'm gonna just do Toll the Dead on him.
Okay. And what is the save on that?
17 wisdom.
Wisdom saving throw. Yes, sir. What is its wisdom? 17? It will fail. Roll the smaller of the 2 damages, as it has not been harmed.
There it is.
14 damage. As your spectral bell rings in its ears and the small amount of necrotic energies begin to eat away. It's, I guess, scales / flesh. It's a little bit of a combination of both. It very visibly winces in pain. As this, although it's like kind of imposing in size, it's not as durable as you might be led to believe. Is that the end of your turn, good sir?
Has anyone taken damage? I know he did, right?
Who's he?
Roller.
Rolger got.
You did.
You got constricted earlier.
But he's not even in this room.
Correct.
I took 16 damage.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't one of them, because I could have done a bonus action.
Rolger, technically in this initiative order, you would be going in tandem with him because your initiative is higher than him. You rolled an 18.
I rolled a 15.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll just be.
I was just gonna let you go on his turn anyway, so you guys are after each other anyway, so that's fine.
Oh, okay.
I'll just switch them around. My bad. Because you're out of the room, but you're in initiative order, so you'd be operating now. What do you want to do?
Do I see what's going on? at this
Not
point?
yet. You are behind a curtain and a wall and a bend.
I'll just travel my max distance I can.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Would you like to dash?
Where do I get to? with that
Right here.
dash?
You see this room that has a stained floor and basin in it.
What is that? Can I use a? I want to see what's in that bowl.
You can roll me a perception
Can I
check.
see it from there?
You could glean some information about it. Roll me a perception check as your action.
Fuck the dice today. Fuck the dice. Fuck this
Use,
game.
go ahead and use different dice.
Fuck Barax. Fuck this stupid snake cunt of a fucking area. 1.
It's a bowl.
Is it a bowl?
You're confident. It's
Dude, he rolled a
I'm
1.
confident
He's
it's
not
a
even
bowl.
sure.
You're
it's a
confident
fucking
Am
that-
I confident that I'm even a person anymore?
That's a whole different. I'm not
What
sure.
is
He looks into the room and goes, "Where the fuck am I?"
Vsauce Michael?
What?
Vsauce Michael here?
We saw Michael here.
Is this a bowl?
Next up
Yeah.
in initiative order is Mjolnir.
I hit it.
Oh, okay.
I turned
At
that.
advantage.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to Searing Smite.
Honestly,
When you say I can't Searing Smite.
no, you can't.
Okay. Honestly,
I'm not gonna give you flanking. I'm not.
That's crazy.
Because you would have to move 5 feet to hit him, and you guys are not engaged on opposing sides
fine,
of
I
the
got
house.
luck points, bitch.
And you're feared.
Natural 20.
All
I
right.
can still do that.
Well, that doesn't matter.
I'm a level 3.
I'll go ahead and
Divine
stop
Smite.
talking now.
That's what you want to spend?
Yeah.
Okay.
The boss fight coming up. You're gonna have 0 spells left.
I'm fine. I got 2 more levels. We're fine. Alright.
Who said there's a boss fight?
I am.
This is the boss fight.
One,
It's this
two,
guy, the
three,
front.
Oh, this
dude
guy,
at
really?
the front door.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The dude at the gates.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2.
God, I'm trying to.
This would be the most, like, that would be like such a funny scene in a movie.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We somehow get this dude suggested to take us up there. We get up there, and I get walked alone into a different room. And our big wizard, our Gandalf, has the bright idea to close the wall behind us.
To be fair.
And you guys all go, holy shit, that was genius, because I would think that was genius too.
Yeah.
And as he does that, the giant fucker that brought me up here just comes walking back into that wall.
Alrighty, yo,
That would be
boys.
such a funny scene in the movie.
It'd be pretty good.
Of Varys just being like, oh, fuck.
$53 damage.
Okay. Okay. You
Oh.
get-
No. 1. Wait. Yeah. It should do it on. It's not very much more. I have to reread Searing Smite.
60,000 damage.
Does 1,000.
You would re-roll the Searing Smite dice as well.
Yeah, I didn't roll the Searing Smite dice. That's the problem. 57 actually.
So what was the original total?
53.
53. I rolled 2 2s.
So you rolled 4 extra damage.
Yes.
How do you want to do this?
My guy.
He burns in
I
ashes
just-
and disappears.
It combusts into ashes.
He just vanishes into thin air.
Yeah.
There's not even a black.
Opens a wound on the front end of the chest. As it does, it engulfs in flame, and before it can even let out a noise, the visceral, holy and unholy fire that you have summoned burns away its lungs and internal organs before it can make a sound, as these cindering embers begin to, like, cinder on the ground as you take the corner. and
So
enter
I
the room.
walk in, I have no idea there's a fight.
You
that
go,
could
where'd
happen.
he go? Smells good.
I would like chicken in here.
You guys find yourself out of initiative order.
Standing
and I
there.
say,
Well, I just killed
Well, we got the door closed, so listen, we're good.
I'm start scooping out the ashes into like a bag.
Sure.
Remove all the evidence.
I got
Yeah.
a sword.
Smart.
Varys, do you have any use for these?
that means I have to drop his ass.
No.
I didn't know if ashes.
No, they're yours to
I
go.
start swinging a sword.
Be my guest.
I didn't know
this
if
and
you
just
could
start
use
swinging a
some
sword.
sense. I mostly just want to get rid of the evidence
I
here.
guess you're right. I'm gonna fight as a hot snake bitch.
Is she hot?
Hiya!
She is hot? Okay.
Oh, sorry. I guess
I'm gonna
technically
get you.
on your return, you would have seen just this little section as well. You would have seen upward.
I pull out the sign that can calculate.
Bonk. Oh, that's the wrong button. Eraser, please. Bonk. Bonk. That bitch dead though.
What does Tony Stark call the
We're not gonna explore too
His
much. I'm
AI.
not gonna cut session, so we'll see if you guys have any important parts.
Jarvis?
What do you guys want to do?
Man,
You find yourself in these echoing halls.
great question.
Don't even fucking know.
What's to the hallway to
Our right, over by me, that like hallway down there.
Oh, it's a curtain. You want to look into it? You peer through the curtain and you see that.
Jesus Christ. Alright, it's probably mirrored, I would assume.
Can I,
There's a Ziggle
Can I have the chalice? I fucking grab this thing. Like I'm trying to choke a chicken.
Fuck do you
And I
want
go,
from me?
fucking tell me what I need to do.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Get a fucking different die, for the love of God.
Do you need some different ones?
Get a different die. Get another different die.
8.
It seems to be trembling with anticipation, but though it does not bridge any communication with you.
I act like I'm about to throw it down the hallway and then I hand it back to him.
Ping, ding, ding. Say, give me that fucking can of NW, bitch.
What do y'all want to do, guys?
I got nothing. I'll help him clean up.
You spend a couple minutes to
Clean up the ashes.
You can kind of hear the slight echoes of the communication in a room this way, that room you were previously in. You hear some murmurs and footsteps, but
I'm gonna hang on.
nothing seems to be approaching, and you find yourself in the entrance with the door closed behind you.
Let me hang on.
Okay. I have a question about how long his tongues has left. We
Uh,
got to the ziggurat and there was like 30 minutes left, right? We got to the base. I think is what
You
said.
casted it when you entered the city.
Yeah.
I'd say it took you about 25 minutes to get to the ziggurat, and combat's fast, man. So that
Yeah.
shit took less than a minute
Yeah.
for that thing to unveil, and then you've been in the ziggurat maybe 5 minutes. So I'd give you 25 minutes left.
Okay.
25 to 30.
Because if we're going to, sure. Here's a can of NW.
I hang on to the chalice.
Okay.
If we're gonna take advantage of this tongues and your disguise, we got however much time you have left.
Sure.
Because so what's our fucking main objective in the fucking? I mean, we don't know.
Chalice hasn't said shit.
Can I ask the chalice? I don't know. I fucking have no idea at this point.
If you want to spend time to attune to it, sure.
Oh my.
I don't want to tune to it. I want to say, what the fuck do you want?
Yeah, okay. Roll me an Arcana check.
As we're just passing this magic cup back and forth. Yeah, I'm not even.
I get it. It's that fucking honey dip magic, dude.
I didn't honey dip. I fucking launched that bitch.
That was
Fuck honey dip.
That was Kurt.
The chalice seems to be reverberating within itself. Almost like a shimmer or a tremble, if you will. However, it still doesn't have an ability to communicate with you in a way that isn't a long, drawn-out, psychedelic, multiple-minute trip.
I'll take a long psychedelic multiple-minute trip.
No, you don't have time.
Well, here's the deal. We can.
There's definitely something about it. It feels at
You should
home.
take him.
Feels at home.
Can I
So,
go?
Maybe we have to place
the
it
extent
somewhere.
of which
Can I
is
go
good.
into the room with the big bowl
Does,
Yeah,
with the chalice?
sure. So as you enter this room, as you enter this chamber, a large libation bowl is in the center. The walls are cracked and barren, and the bowl seems to drain to somewhere unknown. The floor has been dyed a deep hue of red, and you can hear commotion down the hall towards the room you originated from with the other one team.
Oh god.
There's nothing in this bowl.
There's nothing in the bowl.
Concentrate in the chalice, fill it up, and pour it in.
I would like to think of.
The dirt water. Fucking.
Let me think of.
You don't ask for the dirt water; it gives you the dirt water.
This is true.
You don't ask.
I can't think of the right word for it, but like whatever. What is the word for like? You reach What's your goal? So, like achievement, basically. I'm gonna think of achievement. And with the chalice.
Okay. To fill up the cup does take 10 minutes.
Okay, let's not.
That has always been
we
the
can't.
case.
It has always been.
Yeah.
The case. I know.
To activate its magical ability to create any liquid of anything, you have to use a ritual cast.
Can I pull out water
Yes.
and pour it in that bowl? That big bowl.
You pour it in the bowl. It stays in the bowl, but nothing happens. You fill the bowl with a little
We
bit
need
of
to
water.
fucking get moving if we're gonna do shit.
Where?
Dude, any fucking where.
Can I see
Any
what's up
fucking
here?
To the 4 guys that are
You peek around the corner.
We can kill them.
Whoops.
Dude, we're not stuck in there.
You peek around the corner and you see a hallway that has an exit to the north and then continues down.
And what are they gonna do? They're gonna be in
There's
small.
a-
They're gonna be in
And
small
wow,
areas
would you
and I'm
believe
gonna
it?
fucking Start throwing grenades.
Even though you don't see it,
There's
it
a
connects there.
gigantic snake also inside the ziggurat.
Hey guys, there's something that goes this way. You want to go check that out?
Okay.
You
let's
are.
go.
Alright.
I will
I
go
go
check
over.
that out.
What do you want to do? Do you want to stand here for 25 minutes and then you have no tongues and we can't talk to anyone?
Talking what is that?
As you guys
Talking
gaze into
just
this
worked.
left
Talking
corner.
just got you out of that room.
And you guys said you both walked up there?
Yeah, I peered around the corner.
Okay.
They could be saying, fuck.
That is room.
They could be, but they seemed pretty
You
devoted
turn the
to
corner?
you.
So
They
two
literally
guards
looked at you and
that
went, oh my
attacked
god,
me
did I
outside.
do anything wrong?
And
Well, they saw through your disguise 'cause
immediately
you rolled
you feel a
two nat
presence on
20s.
your foot. You
Exactly.
look down and there's a small stray snake that coils over your boots. You enter the small circular chamber and there's a large amount of empty stone bookcases running along the walls all the way to the top of the chamber, which is taller than where you originated at about 17 feet tall. The shelves near the top seem to still have something on them. However, everything as it descends has been ripped barren and there does not seem to be anything of value upon them. But there are things
I'm
way up
taking the
top, out of reach.
Is this, so these stone bookshelves are they like span the whole.
Built into the walls of the circular chamber.
Can I try to jump and catch on myself on the bookshelf?
Roll me an acrobatics check. The jump is the problem.
What the
It's
fuck?
catching yourself before you fall.
What is he doing?
Jumping 15 feet in the air.
For what?
There's a shelf.
Try to reach the top shelf.
For what?
You gotta jump 15 feet for it. He's 4 feet tall.
What is on the shelf? What's
He
there?
doesn't know yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is we're rolling to
20.
find out.
You literally rocket fucking man with rocket boots your way up there and very easily do a perfect 2-point split between the two shelves, stopping your descent.
Alright.
As you kind of grab on and look over the pier of the... There's 3 things you find. Or no, sorry. There's 2 things you find. You find... Both of them are raw. What you originally think to be spines of books, as you kind of ascend and get near them, you pull one out and it's a stone tablet with engravings chipped into it by chisel. There's 2 of them. One to your left and one right in front of you, one shelf up that you both grab.
Okay. I take them down. I'm like.
Yeah.
scream
With
at-
that same roll, you wouldn't take any fall damage. You
Okay.
would be able to accurately descend.
I jump
safely.
Van Damme down the bookcases and then chomp off and then run over to Rolder.
I can read whatever writing I want.
That is a different spell.
It's not a spell. It's a character
You
trait.
you took
He took.
I
the
can read
invocation.
anything.
He can read anything
It says
forever.
Okay.
Tal's gonna be like,
What is that
"Today,
called? I don't remember. But
today
you are right. It's like devil or
I
something.
ate cheese."
Because it's a warlock invo, right? That you
Yeah.
took? Yeah. I remember we talked about this. And I'm not gonna fact check you, but you know you can read everything. That's
Dude,
what you're telling
he
me.
told me that
100%
fucking
confident.
forever ago.
I can read any writing.
He's literally
All right.
been for months. I can't.
One is written in Draconic. It's a very primitive form of Draconic, which is what the one you're speaking.
Yeah.
Because you've been speaking with tongues, you're very familiar. Well, for now, while you're under the effect. The other is written. Do you know the language that you're reading? How does that work?
I can read it, any language.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not I understand it, I have no idea. So I'm assuming I can just read it back in common and be like, I don't know.
This is a language that in text you have never seen in writing before. But we'll start with the easy one. The Draconic one reads as such. I'm going to paraphrase because I only gave myself spark notes because I wasn't going to write out word for word. Actually, I did literally write out word for word. It's a very short connotation. It's a thinner tablet, and it says, "The great weapon has been locked away as ordered. We shall keep it safe until the return of our emperor."
I grab the chalice.
Okay.
The great weapon? I say it with so much
What?
anger.
You think it's like a teenage
And
angst?
I put the chalice back.
Okay.
And I read the next one.
All right. Well, as you
The great weapon.
when you say the great weapon to it,
So nasty. Oh,
What?
it does a thing where if you have like a wine glass and you like
yeah.
around the rim, that's what it sounds like in your ear.
What? Keep going, Roland. Do it again. Do it again.
The second one
The great
reads,
weapon.
it speaks of a sacrifice made in the emperor's name named Sis-Anek, and how he has since left, but they want to appease him so that he may return.
A great sacrifice made in the name of Sis-Anek.
How do you spell that?
And they're waiting for
SS.
They're waiting for Sisson.
Wait, let me actually look it up, because I don't know if I spelled it right in my minutes.
The guy that got sacrificed, they're waiting for his return, or they're waiting for Sis-Anek's return?
They're waiting for Sis-Anek's return, which is S-E-S-S apostrophe I-N-N-E-K.
Sis-Anek. Okay.
Good thing he jumped. You were giving him some flack. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, he just said, I'm jumping up there. And I went, jumping up where? For what? Like, what did you see?
What the
Like,
fuck
I'm
are
not in
you
your
doing?
room. Alright.
I'm just giving you a hard time. Just say what I did.
I love the boots.
They're waiting for his return. Sis-Anek's return.
I love the boots.
Sis-Anek's
They're
return.
so
Yes.
funny.
Can I ask Semyoana if he's heard of Sis-Anek?
You mutter a small prayer.
So that Varix can hear me.
And you read it into the cup like it's a fucking microphone.
And I also hold the cup next to me to echo my words through its hollow piece of shit shell out to Varix.
As you read them out, the cup doesn't seem to care. But,
And then I whisper great weapon.
however,
The weapon is great.
at the end of your infernal tongue licking the air to pronunciate Sis-Anek's name, the hollow ambivalence that plays from this like chime like grows strong and sputters again. It seems that this aura of familiarity that you guys have been trying to hone in on for moons and moons and moons before you even came to this island is in full effect. It's home, and it's happy to be.
So it's singing for Sis-Anek and Great Weapon. A sacrifice was made for
It's
Sis-Anek,
waiting for a sacrifice.
and Sis-Anek is gone, and they're waiting for their return.
The token speaks of a sacrifice that they made in his name, but he has since left, and they want to continue to appease him so he may return. Whether that takes place and
Okay.
we're waiting for, doing another one or whatever the fuck. That is what the stone depicts. That's it. That is what you gather from the language before you. Verax. Sis-Anek. I know that name. I have done many of... We are in dangerous walls. I have done many of exploration and research in my time as a scribe. Sis-Anek is one of the demon lords. Fought in the Blood War. I worry for our safety. We should be fast and act with haste and certainty as we continue.
What are we looking for?
Well,
I have an idea, but I don't want to do it.
ancient magic, something that hopefully, by God, will revive our friend.
Can I have a private little whisper to Verax?
You pull him in.
That bowl near the room. If and say a few words. You think anything
Try
would
it.
happen?
Just try it.
I don't think
Why
he
not?
fucking knows. I don't
If I
think
spoke
Varric
Sis
knows.
Anek's word or name as I did that,
I would wager that maybe something would happen, but I don't know if it's the best time to go giving your blood to something that is obviously an incantation of demon speak.
I can summon demons. That's what I do.
Do you believe that they are all made alike?
No.
Okay, well then please heed my words for a course of danger, that we do not have time for these discussions. If you wish to cut yourself and bleed yourself upon what is obviously some form of sacrifice, well, please be my guest. However, I'm here to save a friend, and I guarantee the answer's not in that empty container. I must continue.
Let's
I
continue.
think he's right. Okay. Let's fucking turn and burn. Were those the only two, or was there a third one?
Alright, I'll go
No,
fucking
it's not
over here to the curtain.
Sure.
I'll look down both these halls.
Okay, so not hooking right, going left.
Yes.
All right. Obviously, I'm not mad. That's what he said.
Oh, we're in Cypher Concord.
Holy shit.
Boom, boom. Sorry, I'm gonna go over here back to the right and envelop that up there because that is a
God
wall.
damn it, more walls. I'll go down and then peer around the corner.
Boom.
Do you hear anything over there, Mjolnir?
Do you hear anything over there, Mjolnir?
Do I? I'd like to. Well, no. I actually wouldn't.
Just listening. Stinky Wanty, are you down there? Hello?
Yes!
Wait, where are you going?
Pussy ass.
What the fuck? Hold on.
Bitch.
Hold on. Wait, now wait a minute.
Smelly push.
Oh, you can't see it. That's why. My bad. Yeah. No, sorry. I made it visible, but
but then it's like hitting the cap.
yeah. Is that it right there?
Yeah, sure did.
Yeah. I'm just hitting the cap because, you know, poor hindsight, right? Was fucking bloop. What do you want to do?
I'm just gonna move this out of the way.
Yeah. That's an entryway.
Let's down this way.
You want to look in?
Yeah.
Okay.
51T, butt naked.
As you approach,
Bookshelves.
it's another small circular room, similar to the book room.
Yeah.
The original purpose of the room is impossible to surmise, as it has experienced extensive defacing, as it now houses dozens of primitive spears, halberds, and large toothed clubs, all leaned against the wall, adorned with similar feathers and bright-colored canvas. However, ahead of you, you hear voices emanating, as discussions are seeming to be happening.
Like this way.
Yeah, towards where you're heading.
Should we get our boy to fucking lead us through? Take me to my father right now.
I have no spells left. I can't talk to them.
I thought you still had tongues.
How much time do I have?
It's coming down to like 5 minutes.
Yeah, like sub 10. Just because you guys have been
Run
doing stuff within each other.
Run it.
Who's in here?
You don't know. You know of the people here. There's voices this way, 3 exits here, and you don't know what the fuck's over there.
I'm assuming it's mirrored. I don't know if it is, but so far, it seems to be mirrored.
That's for you
Run
to
it.
decide.
I'll follow you guys. Yeah.
Follow
No, you
us.
have to lead us.
You have to lead us,
Okay,
dude.
that way.
Yes.
Okay, we go that way.
Go that way.
You're the princess here.
Yeah, it's just
So you're
You're the
reactivating
hot,
your
sexy
disguise.
princess
Listen, dude.
with voluptuous boobs.
Listen, dude.
I'm not listening. This is stupid.
What do you want to do with that, bro?
My brother Christ, you're the
I want to punch Verax. That's what I want to do.
Oh, okay. This is not the
Well,
time. This is not the time.
Punch him when we're out of here, alive. Okay.
So you went this way. Bloop.
Yeah.
Okay, there is a actual door. As you hear the voices beyond it are quite loud. There's definitely people in that room.
Oh, this way.
If I give a
Yes.
quick listen, can I discern like the number of people in this room?
Yeah, roll me a perception check.
I don't have any dice up because they're all failing me miserably.
You want these ones? You'll probably roll 20s.
Maybe next time. 11.
11. It's hard to discern the number, but it is more than 2. There are people in this room. At least a number. Not a very good roll. Sorry, can't give you more than that. It's very easy to discern that there's more than a single voice.
Short on time.
Okay, look in the room.
Let's make it happen.
It's like a stone slab that almost slides into itself. Like that's how it's designed, and you like kind of, and it's like on a nice caster, so it's not hard to move. And you pull it aside, And as you venture into the room, this is what is before you.
The mirrored room.
He says. Okay. Entering through this wall, you find yourself immersed in the tangible taste hovering in the air of freshly spilled blood. 3 creatures stand over several trays, some filled with the red liquid, as well as snakes writhing in cages. They seem to be bleeding out the snakes into cups and preparing some form of feast or tray, offering. It's hard to tell. There is also a full Huan Ti laying on a stone slab on the other platter. 2 of the creatures seem to be bickering over a table and have not even noticed your entry. However, the 3rd is one of those beastly brood guards, the bipedal transformation, like beyond humanity, like dogs. That kind of lets a slow growl out as it begins to like slowly approach you.
Can I see a room past him?
There is. Oh fuck! It's doing the thing again. I'm sorry, fellas. This is just a big area you guys are in, and I just need to represent that. There is an exit to the north and an exit to the south.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, don't worry. We're gonna get to like the nearest checkpoint, and we're fucking picking this up. Next
Will
week.
we get to the checkpoint though?
Will we get to the
So-
checkpoint?
He's checking that out.
There's dudes in here?
We're not in that room, are we? It's literally just him. Like,
He
walking.
entered. No one's entered behind him. As of
Alright. Can I kind of just sneak around and look around this corner here to see what's over there?
Sure.
No.
So you would be back here as you looked around the corner, and you would be here. Well, we'll put you in the doorway. I'll give you benefit of the
Can I
doubt.
meet the dude? Like, where is the guy
Like-
that's coming towards
So yeah, we're gonna just use these guys. So these 2 are right here. They seem to be
Cash.
directly like bickering with each other. And then the dog, which was like here, has now moved 5 feet towards you, letting out like a growl. They seem to just be completely ambivalent to your entrance. One of them, well, I guess tongues would be up for like a minute or 2. One of them's like, "That's not enough." I'm not gonna do the voice. My throat's trashed. I'm sorry, fellas. One's like, "That's not enough. He will fucking eat you alive." And he's like, "Dude, Jeremy," enter Huan Ti name, "gave his life to feed the eternal coil. By God, I'm gonna do him rightful and prepare a righteous offering." That's what they're telling each
Eternal
other.
coil.
I
Right? That was in the stone tablets, right? Or
No.
was that-
No, that's the guy's name. That's
Okay.
the boss's name.
Okay.
Her
just-
dad.
Okay. I thought we had heard it before.
And they just go back and forth He's like, "Well, fuck you. I told you that you always want to use the cobras." And the other guy's, "Python has a richer taste."
I'll just meet the dude that's walking towards me, like in the middle, and I'll try to like glance down both exits.
Yeah.
It seems
Uh,
to me
it-
like no, go ahead.
It's like a snake. It's a person or the big dog.
It's a dog.
It's a dog. It's a beast. Primal in all form.
Oh fuck me.
It's like one of the ones that
They were turning the.
they were turning the people into, yeah. Like the bottommost level. But the door to the south is just a door. However, you can actually peek into the north. And what you see is the
eternal
what the
coil.
fuck is the eternal coil.
I'm gonna turn to the 2.
10 jade statues, actually.
I'll turn to the 2
It's just
bickering
like a
at the
fucking
table,
Tesla coil.
and I'll like hiss out like "Command your beast."
Oh. Roll me a deception check.
At quadruple advantage.
Give him some kind of super advantage, Brady, please. I'm begging you. This man's fighting for his fucking life with this dice over here.
What is it? Deception. I have a decent
Deception.
deception.
This could be a lot
Deception.
worse. I'm glad.
Deception.
They say
Deception.
D for D.
Yeah, there it is.
Shut.
It's behind A.
14.
14. The 2 stop bickering and they look over at you and immediately go to bark, and then the other one grabs the other one by the chest and stops. And he lets out like a little whistle, and the thing looks at him, and it looks at you.
Oh, Jesus, Brady.
It stops in its place, obviously perturbed by you in some way, but the two bickering individuals do not seem to pay it any mind. One of them bows, while the other says, Nashira, we did not expect your return.
I give him a bow back.
Okay, what did he just say the name was? I'm writing that down immediately.
Nashira.
Ask where the eternal coil is.
I apologize. The beast here is newly transformed. Your sister has been speaking of you. Not sure that you would be returning.
She can wait.
That is for you to decide. I am going to return to my
Where is
duties.
father?
The coil is upstairs in his chambers.
Your sister's been waiting for
That's a
3
door,
months.
He's all coiled up right now.
and that's open.
That's what you see into at this
There's
moment.
barrels in there or something?
Those are pillars, and
I'm gonna put you playing with my coil. I'm
Stroking my coil.
those are pillars
I'm coiled as fuck right now.
and strung up animals and carcasses and wanti between the pillars.
Okay,
Like cattle.
I'd say the smooth skins are off limits. Is what I say to them.
You point back and they like look into like the opening doorway and they just see Mjolnir Tyrone just standing there.
And I say
And
off,
Verax is
and I
behind
say
it.
off limits.
Roll me a persuasion.
I'm like waving him like this.
Fucking Jesus.
Boy.
This is the dumbest.
Where
one.
are the bullet dice at, bro? Fucking
Nine.
get the bullet dice.
9.
What was that? You just threw.
A 2.
What did they...
They're just, they're stupid fucking
He looks
snakes.
at you quizzically. He says,
It is not my place to tell you how to peruse through the temple. However, Father has made it clear, the coil, that he is not to be disturbed. It's for your best interest to perhaps talk to your sister. I cannot help you. His chambers have been sealed.
Where is she?
he describes, you see like his imaginary eyebrow raise. And he goes,
Last I saw, she was in the her chambers dealing with her potions.
as he points from the way you came.
She's over here.
We could try to take a short rest and like the fucking.
And that's what we'll end session. Just cause there's
So
shit to
I
be
mean,
done.
we could take a short rest with us standing guard.
Yeah, point.